Chapter 1781. After receiving the message, Su Yu pondered. The rest of the people were silent, their expressions grave. You can choose to withdraw or participate now, the demon heart said. Withdraw, of course not. But to participate. They looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. With their individual strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for any of the sinners. If they joined forces, there was still a chance. In particular, if they could join forces with this half-step world divine warrior, their chances of winning would increase by 20%. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, it would depend on who was more capable. It seems that we need to work together. An old man who looked over 70 years old broke the silence and glanced at the demon heart at the same time. The demon heart did not stop them, tacitly agreeing that they could team up. I agree. Me too. The group of people agreed to team up. The 7 of them reached a consensus and finally fixed their eyes on the half-step world divine warrior, the girl next door. All right, count me in as well. She smiled faintly. With that, the 7 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Without the half-step world divine warrior, the 7 peak overlords wanted to go against the infamous half-step world divine warrior. It was tantamount to seeking death. In that case, it will be the 8 of us, and a young man. The old man just noticed Su Yu standing alone in the corner. Yuren looked over and said, "Let's go together. Although his strength is a little low, what if he can be of some use?" Although they said so, it was easy to guess what they were planning. They probably thought of Su Yu as cannon fodder or something. After all, hunting half-step world divine warriors was extremely dangerous. Apart from being used as cannon fodder, how could they expect a crystal overlord to fight a half-step world divine warrior? Su Yu was about to refuse, but the girl next door said, "This trip is very dangerous. His cultivation is too low, and he will only be a burden to us. It's better not to bring him along." Since she had spoken, how could the others refuse? That's right. With such a low cultivation, it's better not to meddle. Everyone reached a consensus. So, who are you going to hunt? The demon heart asked. The 7 of them looked at the girl, with her at the center. The demon child. The demon heart nodded. You can go now. The 8 of them left in unison, leaving Su Yu alone in his place. The devil heart looked at him. So, you choose to forfeit. If Su Yu was alone, what could he accomplish? Other than forfeiting, he had no other choice, right? No, I will continue. Unexpectedly, Su Yu revealed a relaxed expression. At first, he was slightly worried that they would be too enthusiastic and invite Su Yu to join them. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to use all of his hidden techniques at will. In the end, his worries were obviously unnecessary, so he was naturally happy to relax. Demon Heart was slightly startled, then nodded. All right, if you want to force yourself to try, we won't stop you, but your life and death will be your own responsibility. Understood, Su Yu said, then turned around and left the courtyard. The devil's heart watched him leave, then turned into a demonic mist and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in an elegant room. Behind the bamboo curtain, a white-robed young master with a face like a jade crown and a face like a peach blossom looked out the window with his hands behind his back. Through the window, she could see the small courtyard where Su Yu and the others were standing just now. But standing in the courtyard, he couldn't sense the existence of the window at all. Who do you think is more likely to complete the task? The white-robed young master stared at the courtyard and asked himself. Demon Heart knelt down worriedly, his expression respectful. Princess Rukan's eyes are like torches, I dare not speak carelessly. The white-robed young master was the only remaining Princess Rukan of the Daryu Empire, a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth. I am looking forward to it, Princess Rukan said. Obviously, the girl next door was the candidate in Princess Rukan's mind. But her tone changed slightly. I am also very interested in that little martial artist named Su Yu. If I remember correctly, the one who killed Xielang on the yellow list is also called Su Yu. Demon Heart said, the 2 of them can't be the same person, right? I heard that the person who killed Xielang only used one move. Princess Rukan nodded, then shook her head. It's true that Xielang was killed by a sword, but it wasn't Su Yu, but a genius youth under Bei Wangchen's command. Then Su Yu. Demon Heart suddenly understood. Could it be a deal? Such a deal wasn't new. Although it was forbidden by the Empire, it was rarely investigated. So, it could be the same person, Princess Rukan said. Demon Heart pondered for a moment, then asked, should I capture him and hand him over to the Empire to be dealt with? On the one hand, it can establish the princess's prestige, and on the other hand, it can gain the monarch's appreciation. Forget it. Princess Rukan rejected the idea without hesitation. He's just an insignificant person, an insignificant matter, and he won't gain much from it. Then, how should we deal with him? Observe him and see if there's anything special about him. If there isn't, you don't have to report to me. Su Yu, who was the center of attention, didn't go hunting criminals excitedly. Instead, he stayed in the Beyond the Heavens Tower. After waiting quietly for 2 days, Su Yu left his room and went to the private room on the 2nd floor. The promise of the auction house was on Su Yu's mind at all times. Standing in front of the private room, Su Yu used a divine technique to change his appearance, then stepped inside. There was already a person in the private room. It was a young woman with a white veil over her face. Her curves were exquisite, and her curves were in the right places. She looked extremely youthful. Through the thin veil, one could see a tear-stained cinnabar mole at the corner of her right eye, which added to her beauty. Are you the person who put up the bounty? Su Yu stepped inside and searched his memory carefully. He was sure that he didn't know such a woman with cinnabar tears. Yes. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Are you Su Yu? No. Su Yu sat opposite her. I'm just like you, someone who's looking for Su Yu. A look of disappointment flashed across the woman's eyes. Another person who's looking for him. Why is it another? Is there someone else besides him who's also looking for the woman with cinnabar tears? Why are you looking for him? The woman asked. Su Yu answered without hesitation, to kill him. The woman's eyes turned serious. Why? He hurt my family, and this hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Su Yu's face was full of hatred. The woman clenched her fists. He only hurt your family. Do you know that my family was killed by him? Oh! Su Yu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed his true appearance. Otherwise, he would have fought with this woman the moment he showed himself. The reason for the fight was that this woman was also a divine warrior of heaven and earth, and an extremely powerful one at that. At least, she wasn't an ordinary divine warrior, and she was full of danger. What's your name? Cinnabar Tears asked. Su Yu thought of the name that he had given up on. Shui Yu. If you have any news about Su Yu, remember to inform me. The woman threw a communication jade to him. Su Yu nodded and asked, what about you? You can call me Chiu Henlei, Cinnabar Tears said calmly. Chiu Henlei. Is she like the cinnabar tears in the corner of my right eye? May I ask who was the last person looking for Su Yu? Was he also Su Yu's enemy? If we keep in touch, we might be able to find Su Yu faster, he said. Shaking her head, Chiu Henlei said, that was a friend looking for Su Yu. Don't worry, I've already killed him. It was Li Changqing. Su Yu subconsciously thought of Li Changqing, who had been missing from the Tianlan Manor for many days. No wonder there had been no news of him. He had met with misfortune and been killed by this woman. Li Changqing must have discovered the reward for finding Su Yu at the bounty auction house and followed the clues to meet the owner of the reward. Who would have thought that the person who put up the reward had a grudge against Su Yu and had directly killed him? Su Yu sighed. He didn't dislike this person, and he had come to give Su Yu a gift. If I have the chance to return to the Tianlan Manor and ask for Li Changqing's belongings, I'll resurrect him, Su Yu thought to himself. But he said, then don't worry. If I find any traces of Su Yu, I'll definitely inform you. Chiu Henlei nodded and left. Su Yu remained in the private room, clenching his fists and slamming the table in anger. Damn it. I spent so much effort looking for Su Yu, and I thought that this person might have some information about Su Yu. I didn't expect. Sigh. Where am I supposed to find him in this sea of people? As he sighed, Su Yu acutely sensed that outside the private room, An obscure prying aura was slowly fading away. Qiu Henlei hadn't left completely. Obviously, he didn't believe Su Yu's one-sided story. Instead, he was secretly observing whether Shui Yu was Su Yu's enemy. Su Yu's self-directed drama had dispelled Qiu Henlei's worries, and he finally left. Su Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief before leaving the Beyond the Heavens Tower. With this experience, Su Yu was much more careful. With a thought, Su Yu headed to the Imperial City's most famous alliance of weapons. The Alliance of Weapons focused on crafting weapons, and its reputation was the highest in the Dayu Empire's crafting standards. A true Emperor-level divine weapon, Su Yu exclaimed as he stood in front of a counter, staring at the item, which was protected by layers of seals. This was the first time he had seen an Emperor-based saint artifact on sale. It was a willow leaf, and its use was to change one's appearance. It was impossible for emperors to see through it. Although Su Yu could also change his appearance, and with the rules, no one below the level of an emperor could see through him, this might not be the case for emperors. The emperors of heaven and earth could use the power of the rules, so they could naturally sense it. If Qiu Henlei had sensed carefully just now, she would have noticed that Su Yu's appearance was concealed by the rules. However, seeing that Su Yu was only a glazed crystal overlord, she subconsciously felt that Su Yu could not have used the rules, so she did not probe carefully. Looking at the price, it was negotiated with the craftsman, the Emperor of Weapons. Such an Emperor-based saint artifact was indeed priceless, and it could only be traded with other items. "Oh, have you returned from hunting down the sinners?" A joking voice came from beside him. Looking sideways, he saw that it was the Alliance of Eight. They had just purchased a large number of talismans and treasures in preparation for the upcoming battle. Unexpectedly, they had run into Su Yu. They had heard Su Yu's decision to hunt down the sinners on his own. Now that they had met, they could not help but laugh at Su Yu's fearlessness. Su Yu did not pay attention to them. Instead, he was thinking about what he could use to exchange for the blinding leaf. "Oh, do you think you can covet the blinding leaf?" Even the half-step emperors are deterred. One of the younger strong men in the Alliance of Eight said with a sense of superiority because his cultivation was higher than Su Yu's. Su Yu asked, "So, you know what the Emperor of Wenqi wants?" "Haha, of course I know. It must be a 1,000-year-old spiritual object, or a rare plant." The young strong man cupped his fists and laughed. "But do you have it?" Hearing that, Su Yu rubbed his chin and said to himself, "It's much simpler if it's just a plant. Fortunately, it's not as difficult as I imagined. If the Emperor of Wenqi needed the crafting materials in the ore, Su Yu would be helpless." Chapter 1782. What did he mean by plants were much simpler? The most difficult part was finding spirit plants. Ores could be found, and even if they could not be found, they could be purchased at a high price. After all, ores could be stored for millions of years. But what if they could not find spirit plants? They were much more fragile than ores and could not be stored for millions of years. This was also the reason why this true Emperor-level divine weapon was placed on the counter with no one showing interest in it. It was because too many people had been given the cold shoulder. Su Yu's shameless boasting had left them dumbfounded. "Nonsense. Do you think a spirit plant of 1,000 years can catch the eye of the Emperor of Ichi? He will not accept any wood-based materials that are not conducive to craftsmanship." Su Yu smiled and did not take it seriously. He lacked many things, but he did not lack wood-based materials for craftsmanship. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo and the golden flames forbidden wood were divine materials for craftsmanship. And they were extremely rare in the market. With a faint smile, Su Yu stepped into the secret room, ready to make a deal with the Emperor of Ichi. "What are you waiting here for?" The young female half-step emperor caught up with them after finishing her work, only to find the 7 members surrounding the counter with shocked expressions. After learning the whole story, the young female half-step emperor frowned slightly. "Since you know he is bluffing, why are you still here? If you don't hurry over, the demon child might have already left." Only then did the 7 of them leave quickly. In the secret room, the one who received Su Yu was not the Emperor of Ichi himself, but a clone of his will that he had left here. It only had the most basic ability to speak, but no power. Su Yu was relieved. You want to be blinded by a leaf. Did you see the requirements clearly? The Emperor of Ichi was old, and his eyes were blind. I saw it. I happened to obtain a craftsmanship material by chance. Suyu took out a piece of golden flames forbidden wood the length of an arm without hesitation. The Emperor of Ichi's eyes lit up, and his tone became serious. Evil warding divine wood, golden flames forbidden wood. This piece was only equivalent to 1/10,000th of the 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood. How is it? Are you satisfied? Suyu smiled. The Emperor of Ichi rolled his eyes and shook his head. It's not enough, then let's cancel the deal. Without any hesitation, Suyu immediately got up and put away the golden flames forbidden wood. Unexpectedly, the Sovereign of One Breath stopped him and said anxiously, "Wait. Why? Could it be that Elder Emperor is greedy for some of the materials that I worked hard for?" Suyu laughed. The Sovereign of Qi coughed dryly. "If you really don't have anything else to offer, then I'll reluctantly trade with you." Reluctantly? How could Suyu not know the significance of the golden flames forbidden wood? In the era of the corpse race's rise, artifacts that could ward off evil and subdue demons were especially precious. As the world-renowned golden flames forbidden wood, it was a priceless commodity. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Haha, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's call it a day. As he spoke, Suyu was about to retrieve the golden flames forbidden wood. At this point, the monarch of Qi finally became anxious. "Young hero, please wait. Apart from this, I still have other true emperor-level weapons. You can choose another one." That's more like it. However, when the Emperor of Ichi displayed the rest of the real emperor-level divine weapons one by one, Suyu furrowed his brows. It was not that those divine weapons were bad, but they were not suitable for Suyu. Even if he had them, it would be useless. The monarch of Qi was old and shrewd. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, he said, "How about this? I owe you a favor. In the future, whatever divine weapon you want to craft, I will definitely complete it for you. What do you think?" After thinking for a moment, Suyu said, "How about this? I owe you a favor first, but it depends on the situation. What do you think?" He did not lack divine weapons for the time being. Instead of wasting a favor on this, it was better to keep it for other purposes. A favor from an emperor was not light, especially since the monarch of Qi was highly regarded by the Dayu Empire. "As long as it doesn't violate my principles, it doesn't matter." The monarch of Qi stroked his beard and agreed. When he finished speaking, he took out a mass of light fog from his body and turned it into a talisman. "If you need me to do anything, crush the talisman, and I will appear immediately." Suyu picked up the talisman and nodded with a smile. The monarch of Qi was still unwilling to give up. He still hoped to extort some golden flames forbidden wood from Suyu. Unfortunately, Suyu was not an ordinary glazed crystal overlord. Even if he summoned the monarch of Qi, he might not be able to do anything to him. The transaction was a success. Suyu was blinded by a leaf. He went straight to a dark, dense forest outside the imperial city. According to the information, the demon child had appeared in the depths of this dense forest 3 days ago. It seemed that she was practicing some kind of secret technique. Did the Tao rain attract all these well-hidden sinners? Suyu was pondering when he suddenly sensed a huge fluctuation in front of him, which contained a faint law. Half-martial emperors were fighting. With a thought, Suyu sneaked over carefully. In the depths of the dark, dense forest, a group of people besieged a small figure in a black robe. "All of you, die!" The small figure shouted sharply, trying to break out of the encirclement. The turbulent demonic energy surged forward, and all 8 of them, including the half-martial emperors, were thrown off. Except for the half-martial emperors, the rest of the people who came into contact with the demonic energy had their bodies decayed to varying degrees. The demon child is too powerful, completely beyond our expectations. They were the alliance of 8 people. The demon child's information was very accurate. As they had hoped, they had successfully found the demon child. Unfortunately, the demon child was even more ferocious than what was recorded in the information. Not only did she have a terrifying strength close to the half-martial emperors, but her poison techniques were also very powerful. Just a casual move from her was enough to make things difficult for them. Not only were they unable to suppress the demon child, but they were also in danger of being annihilated. Su Yu, who was watching from the side, was secretly in awe. No wonder she was a notorious sinner. She was indeed very powerful, completely incomparable to Bei Wang Chen. The young half-martial emperor shook off the demonic energy on her body and shouted, "Use the demon subduing formation." The 8 of them acted immediately. Each of them threw out a formation flag and stuck it into the ground. The 8 formation flags shot out milky white chains at the same time, entangling the demon child. Sizzle. Pitch-black demonic energy immediately rose from the demon child's body, and she screamed painfully under her black robe. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. They had specially purchased a set of high-grade demon-subduing formation flags to target the demon child's demonic attribute. Now, it seemed that the effect was remarkable, and they had successfully subdued her. They could kill the demon child with a thunderous attack. There was only one person who could kill her. The 8 of them looked at each other, then rushed forward one after another. They took out their hidden killing moves and launched them with a loud bang. The young half-martial emperor took the lead, and the jade bracelet on her white wrist slipped out of her hand and was thrown out immediately. For a moment, the colorful divine light of the attack covered the sky and the earth, engulfing the demon child. Under the cover of the black robe, no one could see clearly. The painful expression on her face suddenly disappeared, and it was replaced by a cold and mocking smile. Poof! The demon child was killed in an instant, and not even a speck of her was left. The 8 of them gathered around and stared at the fragments on the ground with excited expressions. Who was the one who delivered the last blow? It should be my Tianluo cone nail, right? What a joke! Of course it was my soul-locking needle. Get lost, all of you. I killed her. For a moment, the 8 of them quarreled until they started fighting each other. Old song, let's join forces and kill the Chishan duo first. They have gone too far. Wei Xinlin, how dare you hurt me? You are courting death. The 8 of them were in a mess, and only the young half-martial emperor stayed out of it. She frowned and lowered her body to examine the fragments. With a pinch of her fingers, the fragments of the black robe turned into a strand of demonic aura. Demonic thoughts. The young half-martial emperor's expression changed. She stood up and looked around nervously. She shouted, "Stop fighting, we have fallen into a trap." It was not the demon child that we fought just now, it was a clone of her demonic thoughts. What? Everyone was shocked. They stopped and rushed over to check. After confirming that the remaining fragments of the black robe were not the real thing, everyone's face darkened. In order to give the demon child the final blow, they did not hold back and used their trump card. Now that they were told that the demon child was not dead, what could they use to fight the real demon child? A demonic thought clone was already difficult to deal with, how terrifying would the real demon child be? The young half-martial emperor gritted her teeth and said, "We should not stay here for long. Leave now." The 8 of them felt like they were being targeted by something dark. They shuddered and agreed. "Hehe, this is the tomb that I have prepared for you. What, don't you like it?" The creepy girl's laughter echoed in the dark forest, and it was creepy. As soon as the voice died down, everyone's face showed a painful expression. "My body, oh no, I am poisoned." A martial artist whose body was festering from the inside out said in pain. The others, including the young half-martial emperor, were all poisoned, and it was an extremely potent poison. The young half-martial emperor's face was pale. "What is your demonic thought clone made of?" A black wind blew past, and a short girl in a black robe appeared in front of her. Her mouth was full of black poisonous fangs, her eyes were pale, and her body reeked of a horrible stench. "He, it is my favorite poison, the heart-piercing qi." The demonic thought was destroyed, and the poisonous gas spread out. The poison was invisible, and they were all poisoned. "How did you know we would come?" No matter how stupid they were, they could tell that something was wrong. Everything seemed to be a trap set by the demon child. The demon child chuckled. "What else? Why do you think I suddenly showed my traces?" The young half-martial emperor struggled and said, "Why did you lure us into your trap?" "It's simple. The Dao rain is coming, and I need to make a few herbals as soon as possible. I thought a few overlords would be enough, but I didn't expect to attract a half-martial emperor." The demon child grinned. "Since you have come to me, I won't hold back." After saying that, her black hand pressed down, wanting to end the young half-martial emperor's life. However, when she pressed down, she was shocked to find that she couldn't move the young half-martial emperor's head at all. The young half-martial emperor's head was as hard as iron. "You are not a living being. What are you?" The demon child screamed and quickly backed away. The young half-martial emperor's scalp was scratched open, and a thick corpse chi was coming out. Chapter 1783. After a moment of shock, the demon child's killing intent flickered. "Fine, I'll hand you over to the Dayu dynasty. Maybe it can offset my past sins and remove my name from the wanted list." Just as she was about to step forward and subdue the other party, a cold snort was heard. "You know too much." An indifferent voice echoed in the dense forest. The demon child was shocked. She felt an extraordinary pressure. It was the pressure of an emperor, and an extremely powerful one at that. Swish. As if sensing something, the demon child turned her head and was shocked to find that a white-haired youth had appeared in front of the half-step emperor girl. "You disappoint me." The white-haired youth looked down at the girl and said indifferently, "I sent you to infiltrate the path rain, but you couldn't even deal with a half-step emperor girl. Instead, you were plotted against by her." The girl's face turned pale. "Corpse Emperor, please spare my life. I'm useless." The white-haired youth was none other than the white-haired Corpse Emperor who had escaped from Su Yu's hand. He had appeared in the Dayu dynasty. "Forget it. The path rain is imminent. There's no time to replace anyone else." The Corpse Emperor frowned. The girl was relieved. "Thank you, Corpse Emperor. Thank you, Corpse Emperor." Nodding, the Corpse Emperor looked at the demon child and said indifferently, "It seems like I'll have to borrow your head." The demon child knew it was bad and turned to flee. But before she could take more than 3 steps, her head flew away, leaving a headless body that ran for thousands of feet before finally collapsing. The demon child's head flew back to the Corpse Emperor's hand. Her eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. She still didn't understand how she died. Throwing the head to the girl, the white-haired Corpse Emperor glanced at the other 7 martial artists and said indifferently, "Get rid of them." "Yes." Someone answered invisibly. Then, miserable screams resounded continuously in the dark jungle. Su Yu clenched his willowy eyebrows. He saw everything clearly and was shocked. No wonder he had sensed a murderous gaze. It was this girl from the Corpse clan. She must have recognized Su Yu. Fortunately, he was vigilant and did not rush forward. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to encounter the white-haired Corpse Emperor. Waiting for them to leave, Su Yu quietly appeared. "The demon child is gone. It seems I can only look for Huan Yu Langjun." Su Yu was a little helpless. Phantom Moon Langjun was far more difficult to deal with than the Witch Maiden. Breaking into the palace, kidnapping 3 concubines, and calmly leaving despite being intercepted by a few divine warriors of heaven and earth was not easy to deal with. But he could only give it a try. The last time Mystic Moon Langjun appeared was in the most prosperous brothel in the imperial city. The main reason why Su Yu did not choose to come here was because Huan Yu Langjun could not stay in such a crowded place for too long. Therefore, he came to investigate with an insignificant attitude. Ignoring the solicitations of the brothel keeper and the beautiful dancers, Su Yu entered the room where Huan Yu Langjun had appeared. The news said that Huan Yu Langjun was having sex in this room. They should have left long ago. As Su Yu thought of this, he used his transparent eye to casually scan the place. Surprisingly, there were 2 people inside. One of them had peach blossom eyes, a jade-like face, and an unusually handsome face. It was the infamous wanted criminal, Huan Yu Langjun. Sitting opposite him was a jade-faced young master with red lips and white teeth. He was also very handsome. The 2 of them were chatting happily, as if they were old friends. Huan Yu Langjun laughed. "It is my good fortune to have met Brother Dongfang. Come, let's drink." The jade-faced young master smiled, raising his head to drink. However, a pink short sword slipped out of his right hand, which was resting on his thigh. Taking advantage of the moment when Huan Yu Langjun raised his head to drink, he suddenly thrust it forward. Su Yu saw everything clearly from the side. Huan Yu Langjun looked like he was drinking, but in reality, his lips were holding the rim of the wine cup, not drinking a single drop. His curled lips were no different from the witch maiden's. It was a trap. As expected, the criminals who usually hid themselves had a motive for suddenly showing themselves. Huan Yu Langjun was not afraid of being exposed. Staying here for 3 days was undoubtedly a trap. Seeing that the jade-faced young master had fallen for the trap, Su Yu was worried that he would ruin it. He immediately used his yin-yang energy to teleport into the room. At the moment when the jade-faced young master thrust the short sword forward, Su Yu pushed him against the wall. The sudden turn of events had caught the two of them by surprise. Huan Yu Langjun did not move an inch. He put down his wine cup, his gaze slightly sharp. "Who are you?" Before Su Yu could reply, he heard a furious reprimand. "How dare you?" Looking over, Su Yu had pressed his chest against the wall, his right leg pressed against his crotch, preventing him from attacking. Su Yu said, "Don't fall for it. It's a trap." As he spoke, he put him down. Unexpectedly, the jade-faced young master's face turned red. He rubbed his chest and said in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" "Just like you, someone who killed him." To be safe, Su Yu had changed his appearance before entering the brothel. The jade-faced young master's anger subsided. "You say it's a trap, but do you have any proof?" Su Yu shook his head. "No, but the trap should be on him." Using his transparent eye, Su Yu could clearly see that there was a layer of invisible powder on the surface of Huan Yu Langjun's body. Anyone who got close would definitely be contaminated. That powder was definitely not something good. "Hehe, looks like you've been here for a long time. Smart people can see that it's a trap." Huan Yu Langjun laughed. "Then, have you ever wondered why I'm still here?" Needless to say, it was because those who came looking for trouble were all dead. His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through a person's heart. He stared at Su Yu and said, "Looks like you know. Since you know, I won't keep you here." Crash, his whole body trembled, and the powder that circulated 3 inches around his body immediately filled the entire room. An evil aura immediately appeared. At the same time, the scene around Su Yu distorted, making it difficult for him to distinguish between illusion and reality. "You knew I was an expert in illusions, yet you still dared to barge into this narrow space. Calling you smart is a compliment." Huan Yu Langjun laughed as he stood up. Su Yu's vision was blank, unable to pinpoint Huan Yu Langjun's true location. This was probably the reason why he could escape from the 3 divine realm experts so easily. Beside him, jade-faced Mr. was in a similar state. His body swayed, and he fell onto Su Yu's body. "You can die, but this cross-dressing beauty will have to satisfy me before I let her go." Huan Yu Langjun laughed evilly, hooking his finger and pulling jade-faced Mr. away. Just as he was about to grab her waist, something happened. Jade-faced Mr., who was in a daze, suddenly let out a strange laugh. By the time Huan Yu Langjun realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Jade-faced Mr.'s eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of light. A fan fell from his sleeves, and as he opened it, several shadows flew out, instantly binding Huan Yu Langjun. The powder that filled the room lost control and sank immediately. Su Yu's vision became clear again. Jade-faced Mr. gently waved his fan, calmly standing in front of the bound Huan Yu Langjun. Su Yu was slightly surprised that jade-faced Mr. was not affected by the powder. "If not for you being a busybody, he would have been subdued by me." Jade-faced Mr. glared at Su Yu, still angry at the thought of Su Yu's intimacy. Su Yu was a little speechless. Actually, he was not affected by the powder. He was just putting on an act to make Huan Yu Langjun lower his guard. Who would have thought that jade-faced Mr. would have a trick up his sleeve? With him holding on to Huan Yu Langjun, Su Yu had lost his last target. Is the mission destined to fail? Su Yu was helpless. There were only 7 days left. Where could he find the top 100 sinners? Suddenly, Su Yu felt that something was amiss. The falling powder suddenly moved again. "Be careful, Leave Huan Yu Langjun quickly, Su Yu said subconsciously. At the same time, he dashed over and pushed jade-faced Mister to the ground. Almost at the same time, the floating powder quickly gathered to form a shapeless long sword. It pierced through the air where jade-faced Mister had just been standing. The shapeless long sword spun around and landed in a palm. Huan Yu Langjun, who was supposed to be bound, did not look like he was in trouble. Instead, he had a mocking expression. Haha, interesting. You guys have forced me to this extent. Creak, the dark shadows that had bound him were easily shaken off. Jade-faced Mister was shocked. How could this be? Even a half-martial artist could not break free. How could you? He did not finish his sentence. The surface of Huan Yu Langjuan's body was naturally emitting a pure primordial force, a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Huan Yu Langjun, who had been a half-martial artist, was now a divine warrior of heaven and earth. No wonder he dared to appear in a brothel without fear of being hunted by a divine warrior. So that was why. Su Yu's expression darkened, secretly activating the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Tell me, what should I do with you guys? I really can't bear to kill you. Huan Yu Langjun grinned, his white teeth appearing exceptionally sinister. Why don't I cripple your cultivation bases and make you my slaves forever? Just like the 3 beautiful concubines I kidnapped back then. Don't even think about it. Jade-faced Mister's face turned red. He was pressed to the ground by Su Yu, breathing heavily. Huan Yu Langjun laughed evilly. That's not up to you. Come with me. Don't make me do it. In front of a divine warrior, even the strongest overlord had no ability to resist. Even a half-martial artist was the same. Life and death were all in the hands of a divine warrior. Jade-faced Mister clenched his teeth. His expression was grave, as if a great catastrophe was about to befall him. On the other hand, Su Yu smiled. That might not be the case. Heh! Huan Yu Langjun frowned. Such dense yin and yang energy. Oh no, this is the yin-yang escape technique. He let out an urgent grunt, slashing at Su Yu with his sword. But Su Yu grabbed jade-faced Mister and instantly teleported away. The next moment, they appeared 10 billion miles away. Not bad. But just as they landed, Huan Yu Langjuan's light laughter could be heard from the horizon. Su Yu's pupils shrank. How could this be? He had activated the advanced yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Even a double-crown world divine warrior might not be able to catch up to Su Yu. How could Huan Yu Langjun catch up so easily? No. He had not teleported 10 billion miles away. Su Yu's sharp senses detected the powder around him. It was the powder that had affected Su Yu's sense of direction. Chapter 1784. Initially, Zhongxian wanted to leave, but from the looks of it, he might not be able to do so easily. Su Yu thought to himself as he looked at the lingering powder around his body. He could only go all out. With his trump card, together with the little Kailin, he could barely remain in an invincible position. Furthermore, this place was far from the imperial city and was sparsely populated, so he was not afraid of being exposed. Are you done hugging me? Beside Su Yu's ears was the jade-faced man's angry rebuke. Su Yu felt a jolt in his arms, and her soft body left Su Yu's embrace. Su Yu heard Huan Yu Langjuan's words clearly. The seemingly handsome jade-faced young master was actually a beautiful and exquisite woman. However, he had no time to appreciate the woman's true appearance. Leave this place as soon as possible. You shouldn't stay here for long. Su Yu stared at the pressuring aura that was quickly approaching him. Mystic Moon Hermit was far more powerful than the Emperor of the Dust Sand civilization. He didn't have much confidence. With one less burden, there would be one less constraint. Hehe, you really underestimate me. The jade-faced young master proudly raised his snow-white neck like a proud peacock. Taking out a statue, the jade-faced young master held it with both hands and chanted an obscure incantation. Su Yu's heart stirred slightly. The language of the blood crystal race? As far as Su Yu knew, the nearest member of the blood crystal race should be the Daryu Empire's Great Eastern royal family. The blood marks on the surface of the statue floated, separated from the statue, and imprinted on the surface of the jade-faced gentleman's body. All of a sudden, Suyu was shocked to discover that Mr. Jadeface's aura had become extremely frightening. King. Suyu was quite surprised. What kind of secret technique could allow a half-step martial emperor to instantly transform into an emperor of heaven and earth? Clang. At the same time, a small silver sword appeared in each of Jadeface's hands, reflecting a faint fluorescent light. A high-grade true emperor divine weapon? Suyu was surprised once again. The grade of the two silvery white swords was not inferior to the Shura sect sword. What was valuable was that the material of the small sword was a divine wood that could ward off evil and demons, the mixed origin sacred light wood. Although it was not as precious as the golden flames forbidden wood, it was not something an ordinary sovereign could obtain. Huan Yu Langjun cultivated the evil path, so the two small swords had quite a suppressive effect on him. Watch from the side. Jade-faced young master's confidence increased. Suyu was happy to see this, and he held the Azura sword as he stood at the edge of the area. Ha ha ha. A beauty is waiting for me. Could it be that you can't bear to part with me? Fantasy Moon Langjun teased. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived. Although this place was far from the imperial city, there were still pedestrians passing by. A group of overlord-class merchant caravans happened to pass by this area. Hearing this, the leader of the caravan, a blind old man with turbid eyes, moved his ears and said with a solemn expression, Emperor's voice transmission, "Some emperors are about to fight. Stop the car and rush over to watch." Martial emperors rarely fought against each other, and it was rare to see one in 10,000 years. If one was lucky enough to witness it, they would be able to pry into the traces of the laws as they fought. It would be extremely useful for a peak overlord's tempering of the laws. Huan Yu Langjun stepped on the bright moonlight. His handsome face looked incomparably demonic under the moonlight. With a swoosh, he floated down and said with a smile, "The woman that I, Huan Yu Langjun, want will never be able to escape." The caravan happened to be nearby. Hiss. The blind elder sucked in a breath of cold air. The famous Phantom Moon gentleman? 10,000 years ago, he broke into the imperial palace alone and kidnapped 3 concubines. He ignored the 3 emperors who tried to stop him and left with a big smile. Such a person has returned to the world. Rumor has it that he came from the Holy Ruins civilization. He was originally groomed to be a cauldron for the joyous Holy Ruins sect master to ascend to the throne. Who knew that he was so talented that he sucked all the yin energy of the female sect master who was about to ascend to the throne, then he killed everyone and escaped from the Holy Ruins civilization. The middle-aged man in the official robe beside him had a serious expression. Until now, Huan Yu Langjun is still a taboo in the joyous Holy Ruins. Another insider slowly exhaled. I don't know which emperor has such guts, but it's Huan Yu Langjun alone. They looked at Prince Jadeface curiously and had a negative attitude towards him. In the sky. Prince Jadeface blinked his cold eyes. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Righteous Sword Song. Prince Jadeface held his sword with both hands. 2 sword shadows shot out from his 2 swords. The sword shadows split into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. A total of 16 illusory sword shadows, reflecting holy silver light, slashed out in unison. Beams of law were wrapped within the sword shadows, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Huan Yu Langjun laughed, standing his ground without retreating. When the sword shadows were 1,000 feet away from him, he waved his hands to unleash a moonlight, erasing the law hidden within the 16 sword shadows one by one. Prince Jadeface was unwilling to give up. He clenched his teeth and continued. Huan Yu Langjun only defended and did not attack, easily dispelling the seemingly powerful sword shadows. Suyu watched from the side, shaking his head slightly. They were both emperors, but the difference between them was too great. Prince Jadeface's evil subduing sword technique could not harm Huan Yu Langjun's foundation. If everything went according to plan, the victor would be decided in 10 moves. Sure enough, after 9 moves, Huan Yu Langjun's eyes shot out 2 misty shadows, destroying all the sword shadows and imprinting themselves on Prince Jadeface's chest. Prince Jadeface tried to resist in a hurry, but the shadows were filled with law. In an instant, the 2 swords in Prince Jadeface's hands were sent flying. With a groan, Prince Jadeface fell into a pool of blood, his body covered in blood. The difference between their abilities was too great. Hiss. As expected of Huan Yu Langjun. They are both divine warriors of heaven and earth, but he easily defeated his enemy like he was playing with a mouse. The blind old man shook his head regretfully. Sigh, another good lady is going to be defiled by Huan Yu Langjun. This battle ends here. Let's leave. Isn't there a silver-haired youth? The middle-aged man in the official robe glanced at Su Yu. The blind old man did not even turn his head. The glazed crystal overlord is not even enough to fill the gaps between Huan Yu Langjuan's teeth. After defeating Prince Jade Face, Huan Yu Langjun flashed in front of her, grabbing her waist. Creak. At that moment, a sword light attacked. Huan Yu Langjun did not even look at it, waving it away. But the moment he stopped, Prince Jade Face was surrounded by a red light, his body engulfed by the power of space. Space divine technique. Huan Yu Langjun raised his eyes in surprise, staring at Su Yu, who was holding Prince Jade Face in his arms. Huan Yu Langjuan's face darkened. This is the second time you've ruined my plans. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Putting down Prince Jade Face, Su Yu chuckled. I'm afraid you won't be able to witness how I die. As he spoke, he put away the Azura sword in his hand, replacing it with a strange dragon-shaped sword. With Su Yu's current cultivation, he could wield the royal power dragon sword without any pressure. With a sweep of the sword, the heavens and the earth lost all light. Time seemed to freeze in the entire world, leaving only an invisible, majestic dragon crushing the sky. Huan Yu Langjuan's expression changed, staring at the divine sword in disbelief. His figure retreated quickly, his hands forming a large patch of moonlight that gathered in front of his chest. From afar, it looked like a bright moon. Roar. The roar of the dragon at the soul level shook Huan Yu Langjuan's soul to the point of excruciating pain. In a trance, he seemed to see a ferocious dragon shattering the moon. Thud, thud, thud. Huan Yu Langjun staggered backward, his eyes filled with shock. It's too early to be surprised, Su Yu said calmly. Huh. Huan Yu Langjun was immediately on guard, but a cloud of pink mist suddenly appeared in front of him. A small Kylin leaped out, its purple hoof swinging toward him. Crack. Half of Huan Yu Langjuan's head was smashed, and his body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing through mountains before he finally came to a stop. His beautiful moonlight had shattered, and his clothes were in tatters. How could he still look like a gentleman? Who are you? Huan Yu Langjuan's pupils shrank as he stared at the small Kylin. The small Kylin raised its neck and said proudly, I am the king of beasts, the Kylin emperor. Come, let me introduce you to my human pet. Xiao Su, come here. Slap. A blow landed on its forehead, causing it to tear up in pain. It covered its forehead with its two front hooves and turned its head to look back. Can't you give me some face in front of others? You will suffer retribution for torturing a divine beast like this, the small Kylin complained. Su Yu said, I think you will suffer retribution first, right? As he spoke, he kicked it to the ground. You talk too much. Get to work first. If you don't kill Huan Yu Langjun today, don't even think about sleeping. There was nothing Su Yu could do about this small Kylin that only knew how to sleep. The small Kylin crawled up angrily and grinned at Huan Yu Langjun. It's all your fault. I will grant you 100,000 hooves to vent my hatred. Waya. Slap. Even though Huan Yu Langjun had his guard up, how could he defend himself against the mysterious talent of turning illusion into reality and reality into illusion? Each of the small Kylins' hooves landed solidly on him. After a dozen consecutive hits, Huan Yu Langjun was driven mad. This small Kylin was too strange. Its talent of combining illusion and reality was too abnormal. When it attacked its opponent, it turned reality into illusion. When its opponent hit it, it turned reality into reality. How was this a battle? This was clearly a hooligan's game. Huan Yu Langjun, who had always had a smooth sailing life, had lost his temper. He clenched his teeth in anger. Enough. Huan Yu law. Chains of the law shot out from the surface of his body. As soon as the small Kylin got close, it was immediately enveloped by the moonlight emitted by the chains. It could keenly sense the erosion of the moonlight of the law on its soul. Although it could turn reality into illusion and was not affected, it had to appear in its physical form the moment it attacked Huan Yulangjuan's body. When that happened, it would definitely suffer soul damage, and it would be very serious damage. This was the most powerful aspect of an emperor, the law. Go to hell. Huan Yulangjuan was furious. The chains of the law danced like long snakes, whipping the small Kailin. The small Kailin immediately turned into illusion, narrowly avoiding the attack. But the chain did not slow down. It continued to whip at Su Yu. You are the worst. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He only moved when the chain was 10,000 feet away from him. However, he did not swing the royal dragon sword. Instead, at the critical moment, he put away the long sword and changed it to a divine weapon. It was a golden crystal sword that reflected an extremely pure and holy light. Heaven-cutting sword. The mutated golden flames forbidden wooden sword was used together with the sixth style of the demon sword. A large amount of limitless karmic flames surged out of the wooden sword. It was wrapped up by the shocking sword and slashed out with the force of the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. The moonlight emitted by the chain was completely devoured by the limitless karmic flames. Limitless karmic flames. No, what level of karmic flames is this? How could it burn away my evil law? Huan Yulangjuan cultivated the evil path. What he feared the most was the supreme holy force. The limitless karmic flames were a supreme holy artifact that could restrain him. The limitless karmic flames covered the sky and the earth, engulfing Huan Yulangjuan in an instant. A few screams came to an abrupt end. The limitless karmic flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind a ground full of pitch-black impurities. The dignified Huan Yulangjuan had been burned to death. Chapter 1785. Hiss. The middle-aged man in the official robe sucked in a breath of cold air. The mystic crystal overlord killed the infamous fantasy moon gentleman with one sword strike. Who is he? Was it Bei Wangchen or Crown Prince Dongfang Wudi? In the entire Dayu dynasty, besides the 2 unparalleled heavenly kings, who else could easily kill Huan Yulangjuan? No. It's not them, I've seen their portraits before. Then he is. The blind old man's tone was excited. We have witnessed the birth of a new king, the 3rd king of the Dayu Empire, comparable to Bei Wangchen and Dongfang Wudi. Su Yu took a few deep breaths. The emperor was indeed difficult to deal with. Even the little Kailin, Mr. Jade-faced, and Su Yu's various tricks were unable to gain the upper hand. To be honest, being able to kill him was all due to luck. If he wasn't a heretic and wasn't restrained by the boundless karmic flames, they might have been the ones killed today. The small Kailin's body's radiance became dim, and it laid powerlessly on Su Yu's shoulder. It was gasping for breath as it said, "My cultivation is still not high enough. Even though we are both at the same level, I still ended up in such a passive state." Today's battle had alerted the little Kailin. Although it had inherited the Chilean sovereign's legacy, it had not fully digested it. Apart from using illusions and hooves, there were no other moves. What if he encountered a strong enemy next time? As it looked at the exhausted Su Yu, the small Kailin's gaze became resolute. I want to continue cultivating and completely digest the Kailin divine warrior's inheritance. I will fall into a deep sleep in the near future, so I might not be able to reply to you in time. You should be careful. I will, Su Yu said as he sent the small Kailin back to the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Sheathing the golden flames forbidden wood sword, Su Yu was deeply aware of the inadequacy of his power. I also have to work hard to improve my own power. The first to bear the brunt was cultivation. Whether one grasped the laws or not was simply a chasm. Su Yu's many tricks were like child's play in front of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. I must get Dao Yu. Su Yu clenched his fists. And the crux of the Dao reign was to obtain Princess Rukan's recommendation and obtain the 2nd-tier reign. Phantom Moon gentleman. Su Yu walked toward the ashes. Even though there was nothing left of the corpse, he believed that Princess Rukan would have a way to determine the identity of the ashes if he brought the ashes back. With a wave of his sleeves, all the ashes were blown away. However, at this moment, a ball of moonlight suddenly shot out from the ashes. In the moonlight, There was a thumb-sized silhouette with a face full of hatred. Who else could it be but fantasy Moon Langjun? As it turned out, at the most critical moment, he had sacrificed his own laws to resist the boundless karmic flames, barely preserving 1/10 of his soul. It hid in the ashes and took advantage of Su Yu's moment of carelessness to give him a fatal blow to his soul. It had to be said that the timing of this attack was just right. After an earth-shattering battle, Huanyu Langjun was destroyed. This was the moment when Su Yu was most relaxed. No one would have thought that Phantom Moon Langjun still had a remnant of his soul left behind. Not only did he not escape, but he was also staking it all on revenge. Evil creature, you ruined my life, so I want you to die with me. As Su Yu roared with hatred, the moonlight entered the space between his brows. That contained the essence of his illusionary moon laws. It had destructive damage to the soul. This attack came abruptly, and Su Yu had no way of avoiding it. Jade-faced young master wanted to help, but because of the suddenness of the incident and the distance, he had no time to help. Be careful, Jade Face exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moonlight pierced deep into Su Yu's forehead. Jade-faced young master was dumbfounded. Such a demonic genius had fallen just like that. The blind old man on the ground muttered, "Heaven's will, heaven's will. The Dayu Empire is destined to belong to Bei Wangchen and Dongfang Wudi." But just as they were lamenting the fall of a genius, a change occurred. Su Yu, who had been pierced, suddenly dissipated into fluorescent light. An illusion? Jade-faced young master and the blind old man were both shocked. Huanyu Langjun, who was within the moonlight, was also shocked. An illusion, then he. "Are you looking for me?" A calm voice rang out from behind him. Turning his head to look, Su Yu's black and white wings, filled with the power of yin and yang, were flashing on his back. As it turned out, when he approached the ashes, he had intentionally created an illusion, while his real body quietly avoided it. Impossible, could you have been prepared? Huanyu Langjuan's facial features were ferocious, like an evil spirit that had failed its final struggle. Su Yu remained calm. How would I dare be careless against a divine warrior of heaven and earth? Vigilance was Su Yu's most valuable asset in his martial path. Faced with such a troublesome Huanyu Langjun, Su Yu did not dare let his guard down. It looked like his vigilance had saved his life once again. Huanyu Langjun roared, "So what? Die." Su Yu curled his lips, shooting out 2 balls of silver-gray flames from his eyes. He turned into a firebird and flew past. He picked up Huanyu Langjuan's remnant soul and swallowed it whole. Gulp, jade-faced young master and the blind old man swallowed hard as they watched. The soul of a divine warrior was swallowed whole? Was he not afraid that his own soul would be eroded by the soul of a divine warrior? How many strange and exquisite techniques did he have up his sleeves? The firebird flew back. Su Yu glanced at the blind old man, scaring them into running away in a panic, afraid that Su Yu would be angered. "I did not expect you to hide so much. In terms of abilities, among the younger generation, you are second only to Bei Wangchen and Dongfang Wudi." Jade-faced young master's eyes shone brightly, filled with a deep splendor. "Can you tell me, which divine warrior is secretly training you as a disciple?" Su Yu's unrivaled abilities had toppled her worldview. She had never thought that a glazed crystal overlord could be so powerful. "Do you want to know?" Su Yu walked over, squatted down, and asked. "Are you willing to tell me?" Jade-faced young master stared deeply into Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu shook his head. "No. Then why did you approach me?" Jade-faced young master was displeased. Su Yu's eyes shone with a brilliant light. He said mysteriously, "Nothing, I just wanted you to sleep for a while." "What?" Jade-faced young master was shocked. He looked into Su Yu's eyes and felt a sharp pain in his head. "Ah, bastard, I will not forgive you." Jade-faced young master collapsed to the ground. After casually adding a few layers of defense around her, Su Yu patted his sleeves and left on the wind. This jade-faced young master had a powerful background, especially since she was proficient in the language of the Blood Crystal clan. To avoid trouble in the future, it was better to knock her out to prevent her from following him. Su Yu floated to a deserted place, then took off the blindfold leaf and returned to the imperial city with his true appearance. He found an inn to stay in. Su Yu first recovered his divine energy and healed his injuries. After recuperating, he released the soul firebird. In its mouth was a small figure that was still struggling. It was Huan Yu Langjun. "Kid, if you let me go, I will give you all my legacies." Huan Yu Langjuan's eyes were filled with cunning. Su Yu laughed. "Do you think I will be fooled so easily? Let's not talk about the fact that your legacies are not suitable for me. Even if they were, how would I know if they are real or fake? You and I are both smart people, so there is no need to play tricks like this." Huan Yu Langjun secretly clenched his teeth. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had fallen into the hands of such a terrifyingly smart young man. Rolling his eyes, Huan Yu Langjun said, "If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to exchange my illusory moon cave for it. There are all the beauties I have collected in the world, including the 3 concubines of the Dayu Empire, and countless treasures." These were not attractive to Su Yu. In terms of resources, the Emperor of Qi had to take the initiative to befriend Su Yu. Seeing that Su Yu was unmoved, Huan Yu Langjun said anxiously, "Oh yes, there is also a Fu Luo Earth Core. It will be of great help to you in breaking through to the peak of the Overlord level." Fu Luo Earth Core? Su Yu was tempted. He had read in ancient texts that the Fu Luo Earth Core was the core left behind after a spirit meridian had withered. However, it was not a single spirit meridian, but the core left behind after hundreds and thousands of spirit meridians had withered. More importantly, the Fu Luo Earth Core was a living thing, and it could escape through the Earth's meridians. In addition, it could hide its aura in the ground, so no one could detect it. Therefore, without great luck, it was impossible to obtain the Fu Luo Earth Core. Su Yu had never thought that such a legendary divine item would fall into the hands of Huan Yu Langjun. "If you are willing to let me go, I will tell you the location of the illusory moon cave. Apart from me, no one else can find it." Huan Yu Langjun saw hope in Su Yu's eyes. "What do you think?" Su Yu rubbed his chin, calmly saying, "I don't think so." After saying this, the silver firebird raised its neck and swallowed Huan Yu Langjuan's soul. "Ah, don't even think about getting," Su Yu shrugged. "Don't even think about getting your memories? I'm sorry, but that is not up to you." After swallowing Huan Yu Langjuan's remnant soul, the flames on the silver-grey firebird's body soared. Its originally blurry body became extremely clear, and even its eyes were filled with spirituality. Its silver-grey body had completely turned silver. Its head had also grown a full size. Chirp! With a sharp chirp of joy, the silver firebird flew into Su Yu's eyes. All of a sudden, a terrifyingly pure soul surged into his soul. In comparison, Su Yu's soul was like a small river, but what was surging into it was a whole river. A tearing sensation and pain reverberated in Su Yu's mind. Relying on his many years of patience, Su Yu clenched his teeth and digested the enormous soul bit by bit. His soul was also undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. At the same time, in the Beyond the Heavens Tower. In an elegant boudoir, a woman with long black hair, who was dressed in a fluttering butterfly dress, clenched her right fist tightly. Her exquisite and well-proportioned body was extremely alluring under the outline of the 100 butterfly dress. However, her crystal eyes, which were supposed to be alluring, were filled with anger. "Haven't you found that B***starred yet?" the woman shouted. Kneeling on one knee in front of her was the demon heart and a group of strong men with considerable abilities. The demon heart was uneasy. "Princess Rukan, we have searched the entire city according to your instructions. Apart from the palace, we have searched everywhere. Even a fly should have been found, but that person has disappeared like a rock in the ocean. Trash. What is the use of raising a bunch of trash like you?" Princess Rukan was furious. The demon heart secretly felt bitter. A few days ago, Princess Rukan had led them to besiege Huan Yu Langjun. They had been lying in ambush outside the brothel, waiting for Princess Rukan's command before charging in together. Unexpectedly, a meddlesome guy had barged in and teleported Princess Rukan to an unknown place. When they found Princess Rukan, she had been knocked unconscious on the ground. After waking up, Princess Rukan gritted her teeth and issued a wanted order for that person. However, that person seemed to have evaporated from the world, vanishing without a trace. Keep looking for him. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Princess Rukan could not swallow her anger. Not only had she been put in such a difficult situation, but he had also taken advantage of her. What was worse was that he had knocked her unconscious. If she did not find him and give him a good beating, Princess Rukan would not be able to vent her anger. In fact, Suyu could not be blamed. How could he have known that Princess Rukan would run off to look for Huanyu Langjun? Yes. We will definitely find him for Princess Rukan. The demon heart was pained. The world was vast. If he left the imperial city, who would know where he had gone? Chapter 1786. Silver light surged around his body, and the silver light on the top of his skull was the brightest. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that within the silver ball of light at the top of his head, there was a 3 feet long silver firebird quietly flapping its wings. The silver firebird's eyes were very intelligent, and there was an anthropomorphic pride in them. His entire body exuded an indescribable majesty. Chirp! Right at that moment, the silver firebird let out a sharp cry and returned to Suyu's body with all of the silver light, leaving nothing behind. Suyu, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his pitch-black eyes. The space in front of him trembled violently, emitting a hissing sound. What a strange feeling. At this moment, Suyu didn't even need to deliberately probe his surroundings to accurately sense all the movements within a 100-mile radius. For example, on a mountain 100 kilometers away, a man and a woman were speaking to each other in a private manner that would cause others to blush. Another example, 300 li away, in the crowd of breathing earth, 4 thieves were discussing how to steal the target's purse. Suyu's perceptual range and perceptual precision had undergone earth-shattering changes. If it had been a stream in the past, it was now a river in the ocean. Could this be the sole power of a martial emperor? Suyu was quite surprised. Looking into his mind, Suyu was even more surprised. The soul realm of the past was gone, replaced by a crystal the size of a broad bean. The silver firebird quietly spread its wings and sheltered the crystal under its wings, like a guardian deity of the crystal. His soul sea has turned into a soul crystal. The sudden change was beyond Suyu's expectations. If the ancient records were correct, the soul crystal was something that could only be condensed after one had stepped into the sovereign realm of heaven and earth. Not only was the soul crystal purer than the soul realm, it was also more solid. Ordinary soul attacks would not be able to affect the soul crystal. If Huanyu Langjun used the illusionary moon law again, Suyu might not be afraid. A tenth of Huanyu Langjun's soul can help me achieve the emperor level. Suyu's eyes were filled with doubt. Most of the impurities in the 10% of the soul had been removed, and less than 1% had truly fused with Suyu's soul. Before this, Suyu had the soul of a peak-level overlord. How could he possibly achieve the martial emperor realm in one step? However, the soul crystal in front of him made Suyu speechless and unable to refute it. It's extremely strange, Suyu thought to himself. Suddenly, Suyu's heart moved slightly, and he took out an item with his left hand. It was the bronze plate, the mysterious bronze plate inscribed with the heaven's sun gazing at air. He had long since reached the 5th realm of the soul-devouring realm, but he had yet to reveal the final 6th realm. Suyu had speculated that it was probably because his soul energy was slightly weaker. Since he had reached the emperor level today, he could give it a try. Suyu released his soul energy, which was as vast as the sea, and scanned the bronze plate. This time, Suyu saw a layer of blurry words on the bronze plate, which was different from the usual lack of reaction. Suyu's heart was thumping wildly, and his mouth was dry. The 6th floor. But when he looked carefully, he couldn't see the words clearly no matter how hard he tried. After several failed attempts, Suyu had no choice but to admit that even the soul of an emperor was slightly inferior. If I devour another complete soul of a divine warrior, there will definitely be no problem, Suyu thought to himself. But how could it be easy to obtain the soul of an emperor? Suyu was not confident that he could kill another divine warrior. Soon. Suyu was looking forward to the next stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air. Then, he looked at his right palm. In between the skin and flesh of his palm, A word that looked like demon came into view. In the ancient god realm, he had found a dark red box in the skull of a pitch-black pathmaster. This box had absorbed all the purplish-black divine blood in the skull, and a demon word was imprinted on Suyu's palm. According to the message released by the dark red box, if Suyu became a high-level deity, he could open the red box. At that time, one of Suyu's wishes would be fulfilled. A high-level deity was a divine warrior. That day is not far away. I really want to know what the pathmaster who died in the Dao Tai cage left in the skull. Suyu licked his lips. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought of the little Kailin, and with a thought, his soul entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. The little Kailin was snoring beside the hut, and Suyu's mouth twitched as he looked at it. It could cultivate even in its dreams, and it was hard not to be jealous. After confirming that it was safe, Suyu appeared in front of the nursery. He didn't know whether the blood crystal body seed from that day had survived. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, he found a young girl in a purple dress holding a small white jade tree that was half the height of a person. She was munching on the blood-colored body seed on it. Next to her, there were 2 trees of the same size that had been gnawed without leaving a single leaf. Suyu flew into a rage and kicked the young girl's buttocks. Wow! The girl ate with relish and was kicked away by a foot when she was caught off guard. She tumbled a few times before she finally stopped. Who was it? Who kicked my buttocks? I'll kill you! She roared angrily. When she turned her head and saw a pair of cold eyes, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Suyu sized her up, and he was furious. You just woke up, and you're eating spiritual herbs. You can't change your spots. The young girl in the purple dress was no ordinary person. She was a mutant chaos card that had gone through 3 cocoons. Who stole it? You won't believe me if I tell you, but they invited me to eat them. Xiao Dai put her hands on her hips, looking aggrieved and wronged. Drip. Inadvertently, the blood crystal body that she had just plucked fell out of her sleeves. Xiao Dai immediately pounced on them like a vicious dog, pressing them under her body. She looked up embarrassedly and said, "Illusion, what you saw was an illusion." The blue veins on Suyu's forehead twitched. Go back to your cocoon. It was fine if she didn't come out, but when she did, she was making trouble. Why are you so fierce? It's just a few rotten fruits. I'll give them back to you, okay? Xiao Dai looked guilty. She grabbed the blood crystal body on the ground and handed it to Suyu. Although she said so, her eyes were fixed on Suyu's actions. Suyu did not even give it a second thought, as he reached out to take it. Swoosh! Xiao Dai immediately withdrew her hand and held the blood crystal body tightly. She pouted and said, "How can you take back what you gave me? Stingy, stingy." Suyu took a deep breath. He felt that he was about to reach the limit of his patience. "I don't remember giving you the blood crystal body." He emphasized the word give. Xiao Dai was very reluctant. She stamped her feet. "I'll exchange it, okay?" She opened her mouth and spat out 10 fine silks invisible to the naked eye. Suyu's pupils shrank. He was no stranger to this thing. When Xiao Dai was still a larva, she had spat out silk. It was tough, sharp, and very dangerous. It had helped Suyu kill great enemies many times. However, that was when her cultivation had not reached the top level. Now, it was useless. "Hey, what's with that look? This is the dragon-slaying silk that I condensed with the rules. Even a king can't destroy it," Xiao Dai said angrily. Suyu was taken aback. He looked at it again, but his face was full of suspicion. The silk was very ordinary, and he could not feel anything extraordinary about it. Feeling skeptical, Suyu grabbed a piece of 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood and stroked it on the silk. The result was a shocking scene. The 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood, known for its hardness, was silently split into 2 halves along the scratch. The scratch was very smooth, without any roughness, indicating that it had been cut very easily. At this moment, Suyu could not help but gasp. If a king was hit by it, with their physical strength, they would be cut open immediately. This silk was not ordinary silk. How is it? Not bad, right? Is it enough for these fruits? Xiao Dai snorted disdainfully. Su Yu suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice, "Is there more?" "No, just 10, unless I spin the cocoon for the 4th time." Xiao Dai shrugged. A look of regret flashed across her eyes. However, if the 10 silk were used well, it would be a trump card. This thing is too sharp. No matter what it touches, it will be cut. Are you going to give it to me just like that? It would be difficult for anything to contain it, including space storage devices. A slight touch would destroy the device. As for holding it with his hands, it would be suicidal. Xiao Dai giggled. "Isn't this easy?" She took off a snow-white bracelet from her wrist. 10 smooth, round, unknown beads hung on it, tightly connected. Xiao Dai waved her hand, and the 10 silk threads, which were 10 feet long, quickly wrapped around the snow-white beads on the bracelet. Strangely, the beads were tightly wrapped by the dragon-slaying silk, but there was no trace of strangulation. Why does it feel so familiar? Su Yu reached out to take the bracelet and caressed the smooth beads. He was a little surprised. Xiao Dai said calmly, "It was made by grinding my teeth." "How is it? Is it beautiful?" Teeth. Su Yu could not help but think of the horrifying scene of Xiao Dai gnawing on the Pathmaster's head. He could not help but wipe off his cold sweat. No wonder. If it was Xiao Dai's horrifying teeth, it would not be surprising at all. Su Yu wore the bracelet on his left hand. He was very satisfied with it. If it was unexpected, it would be a powerful trump card. At this moment, he finally had the time to examine the 3 matured blood crystal body. The blood crystal body, which can only be nurtured by the bloodline of the Eastern royal family, can be nurtured by the supreme growing soil. This is really unexpected. Su Yu was secretly surprised. At first, he had thought that a grain of the supreme growing soil was equivalent to a fairy-level cultivation technique. But as Su Yu entered the wider world, he understood how frightening the supreme growing soil was. Even an Imperial Saint artifact would be worth it, let alone a fairy-level cultivation technique. Not only had the secret of the supreme growing soil not been revealed, it had become even more mysterious. There was also the remnant soul of the white fox in the cottage. Su Yu could feel that it still existed, but he could not capture its exact location. The 9 jade spiritual pearl seemed to belong to Su Yu, but it had not been completely refined by him. There must be a hidden space that he did not control. Su Yu looked at the blood crystal body again. 2 of them had been devoured by Xiao Dai, and only 4 blood crystal body were left hanging on the ground. Compared to the blood crystal body that he had consumed previously, the one nurtured by the supreme growing soil was even purer, without any impurities. At first glance, it did not look like a spiritual fruit, but a crystal. Even the Eastern royal family might not believe that these were blood crystal body grown from their seeds. "You are not allowed to eat the remaining 4. Su Yu glared at her. The blood crystal body had the powerful effect of tempering the rules. Combined with the Dao rain, the effect was even better. Based on past experience, the supreme growing soil could nurture spiritual trees to an age beyond their lifespan. If these 4 blood crystal body could give birth to a mutated attribute, there might be an unexpected gain. Also, leave the blood crystal body seeds that you have eaten, and plant them in the supreme growing soil. Su Yu reminded her one last time, then returned to the outside world. Xiao Dai pouted. "You left so quickly. You didn't even ask me how much my abilities have grown." She looked somewhat gloomily at her girlish figure. She picked up the blood crystal body seeds on the ground and obediently placed them into the supreme growing soil to cultivate. His soul returned to the outside world. Su Yu looked at the bracelet on his wrist, his face full of smiles. "Haha, that little girl is much more obedient." Su Yu laughed to himself. If it had been the Xiao Dai of the past, she would not have repaid the items to express her apology. The fact that she did not bite him was already a sign that she was in a good mood that day. As for her abilities, Su Yu's expression turned serious. Although he had not sparred with her, his intuition told him that she gave him a great deal of pressure, even more so than the little Kylin. Emperor. Xiao Dai had also entered the ranks of the Emperor. "I wonder how powerful she will be after she is born," Su Yu guessed. Shaking his sleeves, Su Yu stood up. This time, besides obtaining Huan Yu Longjuan's soul, He had also combed through the soul's memories. He had found out the exact location of the illusory moon cave. I'll settle the matter at hand first, then make a trip to the illusory moon cave. Suyu calculated the time. Today should be the 10th day of the mission assessment. With a tap of his toes, Suyu disappeared from the inn, leaving behind a gust of wind. In the beyond, the heavens sect. The demon heart was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Suddenly, the demon heart seemed to sense something and cast a sharp look at the entrance of the small courtyard. "You're here. Fortunately, I did not fail you." A pretty girl was reflected in the demon heart's eyes. She was as quiet as water, like a beautiful flower if she was not carrying a bloody head in her hand. "Please have a look." The girl handed the head over. The demon heart was indifferent, looking up at the sky. "It's not time yet." She was the only one who had returned. The others had not arrived yet. Although he understood that there was a 99% chance that they would not return. But rules were rules. "Yes." The girl did not ask any more questions. She withdrew her hand obediently and waited quietly. She was waiting for time, not people. Because no one would return except for her. Time passed slowly. In the evening, the last ray of the setting sun shone on the world. The demon heart watched the setting sun, watching as the last ray of light faded. "Fortunately, I made it in time." Suddenly, the demon heart tilted his head and looked at the entrance of the small courtyard. Under the setting sun, a travel-worn young man walked over, his body shrouded in a brilliant glow. "There's someone else." The demon heart was surprised, and even more surprised that it was Suyu, the one who was least likely to return among them. The girl was a half-step martial emperor. She looked over, frowned slightly, and murmured softly, "Why did he come back? If he could not get the corpse of the demon girl, what was the point of coming back?" With his arms hanging down, the demon heart shouted, "The time has come. Congratulations on coming back, both of you." Suyu stood up calmly and faced the demon heart. He glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye. She was a half-step martial emperor, to be exact, a girl from the corpse clan. "Who's first?" The demon heart stretched out his hand. The half-step martial emperor said, "Me, it will save time." She presented the demon girl's head. The demon heart took it and touched the head with a navy blue spiritual ruler. Immediately, a blue light was triggered, and the 3 words demon girl appeared. The demon heart nodded and showed a rare smile. "Congratulations, you are the one chosen by Princess Rukan." As he spoke, he looked at Suyu. He did not want to waste any time asking Suyu the purpose of his return. He said simply, "The selection is over, you can go back." Since the demon girl was killed by the girl, Suyu must have come empty-handed. Unless he brought back the head of Huan Yu Langjun. Chapter 1787. The list was made by the royal family, and the level of danger was the main consideration. If the demon girl, who was ranked 98th, was in danger, then Huan Yu Langjun, who was ranked 83rd, was undoubtedly in danger. No matter how powerful the glazed crystal overlord was, what could he do to Huan Yu Langjun? Moreover, the demon heart knew very well that Huan Yu Langjun had been killed by an unknown genius. Suyu stroked his chin. "You haven't asked me if I've completed the mission." The demon heart sneered and extended his hand. "Sure, hand over Huan Yu Langjuan's head, and you'll complete the mission." He was sure that Suyu could not produce it. In fact, Suyu really could not produce the head. "I don't have the head," Suyu said frankly. The young half-step martial emperor glanced at him, her face expressionless, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. However, right after that, Suyu continued, "But I brought his ashes back with me." With a flip of his palm, a 3-foot-long jade box appeared in his palm. Crack! The jade box opened, and an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh rushed out. The demon heart frowned slightly. "Are you sure? Won't you know if you try?" Suyu looked calm. "Humph." With a cold snort, the demon heart walked over and inserted the navy blue spiritual ruler into the box. Ding! The spiritual ruler reacted immediately, and the words Huan Yu Langjun appeared. The half-step martial emperor's pupils shrank violently, and her face stiffened. The demon heart's hand that was holding the spiritual ruler trembled, and he exclaimed, Where did you find the ashes? Su Yu's face darkened. I don't understand. Did I steal it? Sensing that he had lost his composure, the demon heart corrected himself. How can I be sure that you killed him? As far as I know, Huan Yu Langjun was killed by someone else. In the middle of his sentence, his ears twitched, and his face changed. He immediately shut his mouth. Huh! Su Yu's face changed slightly. Only a few people knew about Huan Yu Langjun's death. Apart from the jade-faced man whose identity was unknown, there was also the faraway caravan. How could the demon heart know that Su Yu's appearance when he killed Huan Yu Langjun was not the same person now? Narrowing his eyes, Su Yu closed the jade box and smiled sheepishly. It seems that I didn't hide it from you. With a slightly resentful look on his face, Su Yu said regretfully, it seems like I can only wait for the next opportunity. Farewell. The devil's heart was both angry and amused. There were really all kinds of people these days. He had to be on his guard. Fortunately, they had received the news in advance. Otherwise, they would have been taken advantage of by an impostor. The young female half-martial emperor heaved a sigh of relief. She stared at Su Yu with a cold glint in her eyes. As Su Yu left the courtyard, he quickly calculated in his mind. Compared to obtaining Princess Rukan's trust, it was better not to expose his identity. Many of the techniques he had used that day were not suitable to be exposed to the public. He couldn't confirm how much the devil's heart knew, so he could only give up and find another way to enter the range of the Dao Rain. Wait! Devil Heart's ears twitched again, and a bright light flashed as he shouted. Su Yu steadied his body. May I ask what advice you have for me? Demon Heart shouted, you even dare to falsify Princess Rukan's test. It's hard not to admire your courage. Immediately surrender and allow me to search your soul to discover your true intentions. Otherwise, don't even think about taking half a step out of this courtyard alive. Frowning slightly, he really did not expect things to develop to such a state. Forget it, I'll leave when I have to. That depends on whether you have the ability to keep me here. Yin and Yang energies appeared above Su Yu's head, and he teleported away. Demon Heart was stunned. The yin-yang escape technique? What was even more bizarre was that the other party was proficient in concealing his aura. His gaze swept across the area, but he couldn't discern the other party's direction of escape. Swish. At the same time, a woman in luxurious clothes flickered beside him. She had a graceful and oppressive temperament. It really is him. The woman was Princess Rukan. Clenching his fists tightly, he was both surprised and excited. Demon Heart was taken aback. Princess, is he really the person you ordered me to search for? It was the princess who had asked Demon Heart to probe Su Yu's background through telepathy. As expected, Su Yu was the heaven ruler who had killed Huan Yu Langjun that day. Princess Rukan glared at him. You were too talkative and scared him away. Demon Heart begged for mercy in fear. If he hadn't revealed that Huan Yu Langjun had been killed by someone else, Su Yu wouldn't have been worried about exposing his identity and retreated on the spot. Such an outstanding person was a young heaven ruler comparable to Bei Wangchen and Dongfang Wudi. How could Princess Rukan not be angry that he had slipped away just like that? Stomping her feet, Princess Rukan said angrily, he runs as fast as ever. After a pause, Princess Rukan said to the void behind her, Aunt, it's up to you now. You must get him back. The space behind her, which was clearly empty, distorted, and a beautiful woman in a white palace gown appeared eerily. Mystical ripples of the formation rippled out from beneath her feet. Demon Heart immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Greetings, Emperor Wu Hen. She was Emperor Wu Hen, who was second to none in the Dayu Empire and the wife of Princess Rukan's uncle. She was also the famous Emperor Wu Hen. The beautiful woman in the palace gown glared at Princess Rukan. I haven't settled the score for you looking for Huan Yu Langjun on your own, and now you've left me with this mess. Princess Rukan stuck out her tongue. You know that I hate lechers the most. My only regret in life is that I haven't been able to kill one with my own hands. Now that I've found traces of Huan Yu Langjun, I naturally can't miss it. You're still talking. If Su Yu hadn't been there by coincidence and killed Huan Yu Langjun, do you know what kind of situation you'd be in? The beautiful woman in the palace gown scolded her. Princess Rukan humphed weakly. Who knew that Lecher would become an emperor without a sound? If he had been a half-step emperor, with Demon Heart and the rest supporting him, Huanyue Langjun would have had nowhere to run. Seeing that Princess Rukan was unrepentant and was still quibbling, the beautiful woman in the palace gown was furious. However, when she recalled Princess Rukan's original intentions, her heart softened, and she couldn't bear to scold her harshly. Back then, Xie Lang had raped and killed an empire's princess. That princess was Princess Rukan's half-sister, and Princess Rukan hadn't even been born yet. Princess Rukan's mother was so sad that she shed tears. In the end, she became depressed and passed away after giving birth to Princess Rukan. Because of this, Princess Rukan hated Lechers to the core. Back then, the main culprit, Xie Lang, had been investigated by her many times to no avail. In the end, he had been killed by an unknown Su Yu. She was so angry that she couldn't calm down. Coincidentally, another famous Lecher, Huanyue Langjun, had appeared. That was why she had taken action personally. Auntie, now is not the time to worry about me. If you don't chase after that Su Yu, where are you going to find him? Princess Rukan said anxiously. The beautiful woman in the palace gown glared at her. Even Huanyue Langjun was killed by him. How can we chase after such a person? What if we cause a misunderstanding? Then are we just going to watch him run away? Princess Rukan wasn't willing to give up. Her brother's forces were all stronger than hers, and they had countless elite soldiers under their command. The number of geniuses and geniuses were as many as the carps in the river. She was the only one who didn't have many outstanding talents. You're confused. The beautiful woman in the palace gown sighed and patiently pointed out. Since this person came for Dao Yu, how far can he run? Then, she came to the place where Su Yu had just stood and grabbed the air with her slender palm. She then silently recited an incantation, and a thread of dark grey energy was released. With his energy, combined with my fetal hidden breath field formation, it won't be difficult to locate his exact location. The beautiful woman in the palace gown retracted her energy and said, "Prepare a gift. When I find his location, we'll visit him together." Princess Rukan heaved a sigh of relief. She wrinkled her nose and said, "Then you'd better hurry up. Don't let others get ahead of you." The beautiful woman in the palace gown nodded and looked at the half-step martial emperor girl. She furrowed her brows slightly, as if she had discovered something. However, after taking a closer look, she shook her head and withdrew her gaze. This girl isn't ordinary either. She was able to kill the demonic child. Her potential is also shocking. Train her well and don't neglect her. I know. Princess Rukan said. Really, I'm not a child anymore. I don't need to be warned about everything. The beautiful woman in the palace gown shook her head helplessly. Her niece was sometimes calm and wise, but most of the time, she was muddle-headed, which really gave her a headache. All right, I'll go and prepare. You should also pack up. Princess Rukan curled her lips and curled her finger at the half-step martial emperor girl. Follow me. The half-step martial emperor girl lowered her head and followed closely. She heaved a long sigh of relief. A deep, strange light flashed in her eyes. After leaving the courtyard, Su Yu did not leave immediately. Since the half-step martial emperor girl recognized Su Yu, how could he not report to the corpse emperor? If he was not careful, it would be bad if he bumped into the corpse emperor again. Who knew how much of the corpse emperor's abilities and influence had recovered? Taking out a blindfold leaf, Su Yu changed into an unfamiliar appearance and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Unless the double crown martial emperor was present, no one would be able to see through Su Yu's disguise. Just as he left the courtyard, Su Yu immediately felt a layer of gloomy and obscure aura engulf him. It swept past his body before quickly withdrawing. As expected, the corpse emperor had set up an ambush in the Beyond the Heavens tower. Fortunately, Su Yu was cautious enough. Pretending that nothing had happened, Su Yu quickly walked into the crowd. How is it? In a private room not far away. The corpse emperor was sitting on a bed. His body was surging with corpse energy, healing the burns all over his body. Beside him was a delicate and slender woman. Her face was haggard, and she was carefully applying ointment on the corpse emperor. She was Lan Yu. In front of the window stood a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with the head of a corpse-loving dog. It was the corpse-loving dog emperor. He shook his head. Up until now, only the customers of the Beyond the Heavens Tower have come out. That Su person has not been seen at all. Lan Yu clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Wouldn't it be more direct to kill our way in to find him? What kind of experts could there be in a mere restaurant? You. The corpse emperor held her hand and gently rubbed it. I hate Su Yu more than you do, but we must not lose sight of the bigger picture because of the bigger picture. Touching her cheek, the corpse emperor's eyes flashed with deep affection. When our plan succeeds, I will search the entire Dayu Empire. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Su Yu for you. Lan Yu's face lit up, and she threw herself into the corpse emperor's embrace. After comforting her for a while, the corpse emperor looked at the corpse-loving divine warrior. How are their preparations? The corpse-loving divine warrior's lips curled up. Don't worry, the preparations are complete. They are even more anxious than we are. That's good. The corpse emperor's eyes burned with excitement. What I have lost will be repaid 1,000 times over. Chapter 1788. Unaware of this, Su Yu circled the southern part of the city cautiously. He did not intend to return to the inn, lest he be exposed. Alas, all my efforts have been for naught. In the small alley, Su Yu plucked a leaf to cover his eyes and spat out a mouthful of murky air gloomily. He had taken the risk to kill Huan Yu Langjun, only to end up like this. However, it was not all for naught. At least the Fu Luo earth core in the illusory moon cave was still waiting for Su Yu. Su Yu immediately set off for the illusory moon cave to prevent further trouble. A few days later, a majestic palace stood in front of them. 9 great rivers stretched across the sky of the palace like rainbows. 3 majestic giant statues stood on 3 sides of the palace. Waves of shocking divine energy lingered around the palace, forming a white mist. It was as if divine energy never dissipated. The everlasting golden light shot out from the palace and illuminated the ancient sky. Su Yu was deeply shocked. That was the palace of the Dayu Empire, but what was even more shocking was that he had followed the map and come to the palace to show off. Ordinary people only know that Huan Yu Langjun is bold for barging into the palace alone, but they do not know that he is really bold. He actually built the illusory moon cave under the palace, Su Yu exclaimed. Even he could not help but admire Huan Yu Langjun's courage. Ordinary people thought that Huan Yu Langjun had already taken his 3 concubines and escaped from the Dayu Empire. Who knew that not only did he not escape, but he was hiding under the palace? It was no wonder that no one had found him for so many years. No one would search the vicinity of the palace, right? That was how Huan Yu Langjun could safely hide here and break through to the martial emperor level with the help of divine energy that was many times more abundant than the outside world. After calming himself down, Su Yu finally understood why the Fu Luo earth core would appear here. The palace of the Dayu Empire was the source of civilization. There were probably tens of millions of spirit veins underground. Only here could there be hundreds of dried-up spirit veins, and a divine object like the Fu Luo earth core could be born. According to Huan Yu Langjun's memory, Su Yu walked along the city wall to an extremely ordinary section. Outside the city walls was a powerful defensive array. The slightest touch would immediately alert the palace, and the guards on duty would immediately descend to investigate the situation. If it was not necessary, no one would stay here. Su Yu swept his gaze over the area, then weaved signs with his hands, and a Cosmos 8 trigrams picture appeared. As Su Yu's fingers moved, the 8 trigrams changed. The Khan position. Su Yu fixed his gaze and looked in the direction of the Khan position. It was still within the range of the spell. However, as Su Yu waved his hand, a custom-made fire jade key appeared in his hand, and he inserted it in that direction. Suddenly, a gap as thick as a person's width appeared on the formation soundlessly, without alerting anyone. As soon as the gap appeared, it immediately began to shrink. Su Yu did not hesitate, and he immediately flashed inside. A dark, twisting tunnel extended into the depths of the earth. This should be a dried-up earth vein, right? Suyu secretly observed. After the earth veins dried up, the interior would often shrink, forming a bottomless tunnel. The earth veins in this area were constantly being absorbed by the Imperial Palace's formation, and many of them had dried up. There should be a lot of similar passageways. They were intricately entwined beneath the palace, forming a labyrinth-like underground world. As expected, Suyu soon saw the other entrances to the passages of the earth veins. Fortunately, he had Huanyu Langjuan's memory, and the underground labyrinth had already been explored by Huanyu Langjun, so he did not have to worry about getting lost. Half a day later, Suyu came to the entrance of a dried-up spirit vein hidden in the deepest part of the earth. The surface of the entrance was blocked by a giant rock, and its color was no different from that of a spirit vein. If no one had pointed it out, it would have been difficult to discover that it was the entrance of a spirit vein. As Suyu muttered these words, the giant rock trembled slightly, and a dent appeared on its surface. Suyu's face was expressionless. He took out a drop of Huanyu Langjuan's blood essence and placed it in the dent. The giant rock sensed it and immediately moved to the left, revealing an entrance surrounded by a pink glow. It's really well hidden, Suyu thought to himself. He immediately stepped into it, and the giant rock behind him closed automatically. The cavern was not deep, and the stone walls were inlaid with hundreds of small cavern worlds of various sizes. The faint light emitted by the cavern worlds illuminated the entire cavern. Quite a lot, Suyu said, and with a slight movement of his heart, his soul entered one of the cavern worlds. He was shocked to find that there were countless creatures of various sizes inside, but there was only one human. Moreover, it was a stunningly beautiful young woman with an unusually hot figure. She controlled the life and death of all the creatures in the entire cavern world, and was the most powerful creature inside. However, she could not get rid of the sadness and sullenness on her face. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was a transparent chain around her ankle, which was integrated with the entire cavern world. She could not go anywhere except the cavern worlds. Suyu was slightly surprised. He explored several cavern worlds in a row, and the results were the same. Almost every cavern world had one or several stunning beauties, each with different styles. Almost all kinds of beautiful women could be seen. Are they the female slaves collected by Huanyu Langjun over the years? Suyu's face fell. In some of the cavern worlds, there were skeletons who had been tortured to death. They must have been loyal women who refused to succumb to Huanyu Langjuan's poison. With a silent sigh, Suyu picked up all the cavern worlds and put them in his arms. He would wait for the right opportunity to release them. Further in front of the cavern were dozens of rows of wooden shelves. Dozens of wooden boxes or jade boxes of different sizes were neatly placed on the wooden shelves. Suyu's eyes lit up. Those must be Huanyu Langjuan's treasures over the years, right? In his memory, Huanyu Langjun rarely carried valuable things with him, and most of them were stored here. Suyu was delighted and opened them one by one. Sure enough, every box was filled with incredible items. There were dozens of high-level talismans, elixirs, and precious materials that were hard to find in the outside world. Suyu accepted them without hesitation. However, he did not find what he wanted. Fu Luo Earth's core. Only these. Suyu frowned slightly. Stroking his chin, Suyu fixed his gaze on the empty wooden shelf. With a slap of his palm, a strong wind blew the wooden shelves away. Looking at the large empty space, Suyu stepped on it, and the whole ground trembled. Crack. As if some mechanism had been triggered, a neat crack appeared on the ground. Suyu smiled slightly and reached in with his hand to break it open. Suddenly, a large piece of black iron was broken open, revealing a groove about 10 feet deep. In the groove, there were 2 jade boxes, 1 gold and 1 silver, as well as a strange big bow and a big arrow that had fallen on the ground. Ignoring the big bow, Suyu opened the silver box first. Puff! A shockingly rich energy rushed toward him. Suyu took a breath, and his inner mansion shook. Looking at it, there was a fist-sized crystal heart in the silver box. It was beating constantly, trying to escape. However, it was imprisoned in a jade cage, and no matter how much it jumped, it could not escape. Fu Luo Earth's core. Suyu was envious. How could he ignore the reaction of his inner mansion? This item was as magical as elixirs for advancing to the overlord level. The Dao Rain was coming, and it would be great if he could improve his cultivation. Closing the silver box, Suyu put it away carefully. With the Fu Luo Earth's core in hand, Suyu looked at the golden box on the side. There were a few simple seals on the outside of the golden box, which were tightly sealed to prevent the item inside from being damaged. It looked even more solemn than the Fu Luo Earth's core. He opened the golden box with a flick of his finger, and inside was a piece of skin of an unknown creature. When he unfolded it, he saw that there were many strange dots on it. Each dot was connected by lines, forming something similar to a spiderweb. What is this? Suyu was surprised. Dong. After the leather scroll was unfolded, a pitch-black stone the size of a fist fell out from it. Suyu did not recognize what it was. The two items in the golden box were hidden together with the Fu Luo Earth's core, and they should not be ordinary items. After thinking about it, Suyu put them away. Finally, there was the ridiculously huge bow. It was gilded in gold, and the bowstring was white. The whole bow was as tall as two people. This isn't a bow used by the human race, is it? Suyu touched the bow, and a cold feeling came over him. Suddenly, his fingers touched some bumps, and when he looked down, he saw that it was the big words carved on the bow. Tianyi bow, Suyu murmured. Unexpectedly, as soon as Suyu murmured, the bow shrank to the size of a palm. Suyu was stunned, and after thinking about it, he said, Tianyi bow. With a swoosh, the bow instantly shrank to the size of two people. It was the first time Suyu had seen such a strange bow. He grasped it, but what made Suyu's face change slightly was that he could not pick it up. With his current cultivation, it was easy for him to destroy countless cavern worlds, but he could not pick up a bow? With a thought, a worn-out oil lamp appeared on top of Suyu's head. Light shone from his chest, and a power of law appeared. The law of great strength. With the law of great strength, Suyu's strength increased tenfold. With all his strength, the Tianyi bow was slowly lifted off the ground. Suyu was dumbfounded. What was this bow made of? Even an emperor would not be able to lift such a heavy bow, would it? Then, Suyu tried to pull the bowstring, but it was even more strenuous. Even with all his strength, he could only pull it an inch. Where did Huanyu Langjun get this strange bow? Suyu was amazed. Looking at the gilded arrow on the ground, Suyu was quite curious. What kind of divine power was suitable for such a strange bow? When Suyu first entered the martial path, he used a longbow. Seeing that he was eager to hunt, Suyu could not help but put the arrow on the bowstring, and pulled it an inch. It doesn't seem to have any special power. Suyu frowned slightly. Just as he was feeling puzzled, something strange happened. The stone wall moved strangely, revealing 10 crystal screens of the same size. The 10 crystals lit up at the same time, showing a quiet picture. Suyu recognized it. It was the passage of the earth vein that he had come from. Is this a treasure used to monitor the outside world? Suyu suddenly realized that Huanyu Langjun was very cautious. Suddenly, Suyu fixed his eyes on one of the pictures, and his face changed slightly. In one of the pictures, there was a group of 2 people flashing through the earth vein like ghosts. One of them was covered in a grey robe, and Suyu could not identify his face. But the other person made Suyu's face change dramatically. The emperor's corpse. Suyu's face fell. How could the emperor's corpse appear under the palace? Chapter 1789. The grey-robed man beside him? Who could it be? The only comforting thing was that they didn't discover anyone monitoring them. Judging from their tracks, it wasn't Suyu's location. The two of them chatted as they walked. Unfortunately, the crystal screen could only send back images and could not eavesdrop on their conversation. However, Suyu still managed to make out a few words from the movements of the emperor's lips. Rise to heaven. Ancient Fuyao formation. In a few breaths, the two of them disappeared from the screen, their whereabouts unknown. Suyu's expression was grave as he slowly withdrew his power. What he didn't notice was that the relaxed bowstring vaguely drew across the shadow of a chain of laws. I hope that nothing unexpected happens. Suyu had a bad premonition. First was the corpse emperor, then the emperor corpse. There must be a reason why they gathered at the Dayu Empire. However, he could not warn the Dayu Empire. Firstly, there was no concrete evidence. His words carried little weight, and it would be difficult for the Dayu Empire to believe him. Secondly, he had a close relationship with the Corpse clan in the past, and if this matter were to be found out by the Dayu dynasty, he would instead fall into trouble. With a sigh, Suyu glanced at the Qianni bow. Since the emperor's corpse had appeared here, it was not a good idea to create a commotion. He wiped his fingers and put away the bow and arrows. After leaving the earth vein, Suyu once again chose a more remote inn. The next morning, he went to a few material shops in the imperial city. According to the records, the Fuluor geocentric core was born underground, and over the years, it had accumulated a lot of yin-attributed impurities. If taken directly, it would affect the inner palace. Therefore, more precious supplementary materials were needed. After 2 days of searching, he had found all the other supplementary materials except for the fire attribute Absolute Flame Crystal. The Absolute Flame Crystal was the sole crystal of the 3-flavor fire spirit, a ferocious emperor beast. The 3-taste fire spirit resided in fire-attributed areas with rich fire-attributed attributes all year round. Their numbers were very few and they were extremely difficult to discover. In addition, there were many hunters in the past, so their numbers decreased sharply. There were very few traces of the 3-flavor fire spirit left in the Dayu Empire's civilization. I'm sorry, but our store has not touched this item for 300 years. The largest store in the imperial city, the treasure building, gave Suyu a disappointed reply. For 2 whole days, they did not find anything. Shopkeeper, please keep an eye out for news of the absolute fiery crystal. I will definitely reward you handsomely, Suyu said helplessly. The shopkeeper smiled. Of course. However, fellow Daoist, please don't hold too high of a hope. This treasure can only be chanced upon by luck, and it's absolutely impossible to obtain without fortune. Suyu's face darkened, and he took his leave and returned to the inn. Caressing the silver box, he couldn't help but frown. It seems like I was thinking too easily. Dong Dong, who is it? Suyu was immediately on guard. It's the waiter. Sir, 2 of your friends have come to visit. They asked me to report to you. Suyu had come here alone, so how could he have any friends? A wisp of paleness flashed across his eyes, and he could clearly see through the situation downstairs. Why does he look so familiar? 2 women stood quietly downstairs. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a white palace robe with an extraordinary bearing. The other was a young lady in a 100 butterfly dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She stood gracefully like a fresh flower. For some unknown reason, Suyu felt that the young lady looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, the image of jade-faced young master flashed in his mind, and his face gradually overlapped with the exquisite face of the girl in front of him. It's her. Suyu furrowed his brows. He had clearly knocked her unconscious, so how could she still track his whereabouts? And she had even brought a mysterious woman dressed in a palace robe with her. Her body emitted a faintly discernible ripple of a spell, making it impossible for Suyu to see through it. The beautiful woman in the palace robe seemed to have sensed it. She met Suyu's transparent eyes, smiled sweetly, and curtsied. He had been discovered. Suyu was secretly surprised. Even a martial artist might not be able to detect his transparent eyes. This woman was a little unusual. His eyes flashing, Suyu said, "Let them come up." So far, it seemed like the 2 of them had no ill intentions. You really are here. The young lady in the 100 butterfly dress pushed open the door and entered. She immediately saw Suyu, and her eyes brightened. The beautiful woman in the palace robe reprimanded, "Don't be rude." She turned to Suyu and smiled. "My friend, you are very skilled." He was in his true appearance, and his face was cold. "I don't think we know each other, do we?" The beautiful woman in the palace robe sat down gracefully and looked at Suyu. "You might not know me, but I'm sure you have recognized my niece. Why pretend not to know?" Suyu glanced at the young lady in the 100 butterfly dress and shook his head. "Sorry, I don't know her." "Humph." The young lady in the 100 butterfly dress bared her teeth. "Stop pretending. Apart from you, there is no one else in the imperial city who can use the yin-yang escape technique. If I am not wrong, it should be a secret technique of the Tai Chi faction, right? Su Yu's expression sank. He did not deny it, nor did he confirm it. My friend, don't be anxious. We have no ill intentions. The beautiful woman in the palace robe took out an exquisite brocade box. What do you mean? Su Yu raised his brows. The beautiful woman in the palace robe said, I'm sure you do not know the identity of your niece. She is Princess Rukan. What? Su Yu was stunned, and he could not help but look at the young lady in the 100-butterfly dress in surprise. Princess Rukan would personally assassinate Huan Yu Langjun? The beautiful woman in the palace robe was a little helpless. Rukan has not been disciplined since she was young. My friend, please excuse me. Su Yu calmed his emotions and creased his brows. I wonder why the princess and the emperor have come to visit. Although he said this, his expression was not the least bit fearful. The beautiful woman in the palace robe was slightly surprised. Could this person see through her identity as an emperor? Straightening her expression, the beautiful woman in the palace robe said, I believe my friend is aware that the Dayu Empire has been promoted to a 3-star civilization, and the undecided position of the crown prince is about to be decided, right? This matter was not a secret in the imperial city, and Su Yu had heard about it many times. Looking at Princess Rukan, he could not help but be surprised. Could it be that Princess Rukan also wants to compete for the position of the crown prince? Princess Rukan raised her chin. Why? Can't I? Is it because I am a woman? Her mannerisms were very manly, and her expression flickered with an almost imperceptible calmness and wisdom. However, it disappeared in a flash, and was difficult to capture. That is not the case. In the world of martial arts, power was everything, and the patriarchal mentality was not as weak as that of the ordinary people. Women were the leaders of factions, and even the monarchs of empires. I just feel that where did Princess Rukan get the confidence to compete with my brothers? As far as I know, none of the kings have pledged their loyalty to you. On the other hand, the other emperors all have loyalists, especially the crown prince. Not only did he receive the support of 4 kings, but he was also appointed as the crown prince many years ago. No matter how I look at it, the crown prince being appointed as the crown prince is a sure thing, right? Princess Rukan did not agree. Haha, if it is really a sure thing, why have the other brothers been secretly recruiting forces all these years? The beautiful woman in the palace robe added, My friend, you might not know this, but in the Dayu Empire's monarch succession, the support of the kings is only secondary. The most important thing is to seize the nation's destiny. Only the one who gathers the nation's destiny can become the emperor. Once he becomes the emperor, no matter who the 10 kings have pledged their loyalty to, they can only pledge their loyalty to the new emperor. This was different from ordinary political struggles. However, Su Yu rejected her decisively. Regrettably, I do not wish to get involved in the struggle for the position of the empire's heir for no reason. The beautiful woman in the palace robe seemed to have expected this, and she laughed softly. My friend, why do you reject me so quickly? Why don't you take a look at the brocade box first? Oh, so confident. Ordinary resources, especially plants, were rarely of interest to him. After a moment of silence, Su Yu opened the brocade box, and his pupils shrank. A fragment of the absolute fire crystal? His face fell. Are you following me? The beautiful woman in the palace robe said calmly, My friend, do you think that with the imperial family's power, there is a need for us to follow you to investigate someone? That was true. This was the imperial city, and it was easy for the imperial family to investigate someone. Su Yu's expression softened, and he said, What I want is the complete absolute fire crystal, not the fragment. This item was irreplaceable for his breakthrough to the peak overlord level. If the other party could provide him with the complete absolute fire crystal, it might not be a bad deal for him to help them to the best of his abilities. The beautiful woman in the palace robe furrowed her brows, and Princess Rukan became distressed. The imperial family's last precious absolute fire crystal was used 100 years ago, and it has never been found again. I'm afraid. Suddenly, the beautiful woman's eyes flickered. We do not have the absolute fire crystal, But the imperial family has just received news about the three flavors fire spirit. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he began to ponder. The beautiful woman in the palace robe continued, the imperial family has prepared a group of people to go there to hunt. Unfortunately, those people were sent by the first prince. If they manage to get their hands on them, it will be very difficult for them to come back. You want me to serve you just because of a piece of news? Su Yu asked calmly. The beautiful woman in the palace robe shook her head. Of course not. We can provide you with the news for free, and we will also send a group of people to accompany you on the hunt. As a reward for joining us, I can make the decision to give you a place in the first-grade Dao Rain area. Auntie, are you crazy? How is that possible? Princess Rukan could not help but say. That is the area that only the imperial family can enter, and it will be personally verified by the imperial uncle of the double-crowned emperor. How could it be fake? Su Yu was also tempted. He had learned about the difference between the grades of the Dao Rain area. The first grade area was the center of the Dao Rain, which was less than 100 miles in radius. However, the Dao Rain that descended was pure and dense, and its effect was 3 times that of the second grade area. The second grade area was 5 times that of the third grade area. So on and so forth, the fourth grade area was at the edge of the Dao Rain, and its effect was extremely weak. If he could enter the first grade area, coupled with the blood crystal body that had exceeded its mature age, Su Yu was confident that he could forge the rules in the inner mansion. However, as Princess Rukan had said, only the imperial family could enter the first grade area. With the double-crowned emperor guarding it, all cheating could be eliminated. A strange expression flashed across the beautiful woman's face, and she smiled mysteriously. I have my ways, but I can't tell you now. Su Yu creased his brows. My friend, don't worry. If I am unable to fulfill my promise, you can leave. I believe that with your escape techniques, I will not be able to stop you. After a moment of silence, Su Yu nodded slowly. All right. The beautiful woman in the palace robe and Princess Rukan were delighted. I will record the information about the three flavors fire spirit for you now. The beautiful woman placed a jade scroll on her forehead, and a ball of fluorescent light entered it before handing it to Su Yu. Having reached an agreement, the beautiful woman in the palace robe was in a good mood. My friend, why don't you follow us back to the princess's residence first? I will arrange for a group of people to go there immediately. Su Yu did not reject her. The three flavors fire spirit was an existence of the emperor level, and it would be much easier with assistance. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the joy on Princess Rukan's face. Su Yu paused for a moment, and his eyes flashed as he asked, May I ask the two of you a question? The beautiful woman in the palace robe chuckled. Go ahead. Su Yu said, May I ask, what is the Fuyao ancient formation? The appearance of the emperor's corpse had made it difficult for Su Yu to calm down. Princess Rukan was confused, and so was the beautiful woman in the palace robe. She asked, Where did you hear about it? Did they not know? I overheard it by accident. Since you do not know, forget it. The beautiful woman in the palace robe had no expression on her face. I will order someone to investigate for you. With a sweet smile, she turned around and led the way. However, at that moment, her pretty face changed drastically. She glanced at Su Yu from the corner of her eye, and her eyes were filled with a strange light. Chapter 1790. In the depths of the majestic imperial palace, in front of a beautiful glazed hall carved with dragons and phoenixes, Su Yu carefully checked his travel preparations. Glass heavenly fire symbol, traceless steps on fire, golden toad flame repelling robe. The three-flavor fire spirit was located in an extremely hot region. Ordinary people would not be able to approach it and would need to rely on external objects. Princess Rukan was very efficient. In just one day, she had not only prepared the resources, but she had also prepared a small team to assist Su Yu in hunting the three flavors fire spirit. Young Master Su, this is the team that will accompany you. This is the team leader, Bai Hitu. Princess Ru Chen led a team of 3 over from somewhere. The leader was a burly man dressed in jet black armor with a black iron saber hanging from his waist. His shoulders were broad and his back was broad, and he was extremely burly. He exuded the extraordinary aura of a half-step martial emperor. The other two were a man and a woman. The woman had a graceful figure, but her looks were average. The man, on the other hand, had a fair complexion and no facial hair. He was exceptionally handsome. Both of them were quite young, and they were about the same age as Su Yu. What was remarkable about them was that their cultivations weren't low, and they were both at the peak of the Overlord realm. "Greetings, Princess." The three of them stepped forward to greet her. Princess Ruching nodded her chin. "You must assist young Master Su this time. Take down the San Wei fire spirit in one fell swoop. Do you understand?" "Yes." The three of them looked at Su Yu. The jet-black armored man was still fine, his expression unchanged, but the pale-faced youth flashed a faint smile. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, and there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She and the pale-faced youth were young elites that Princess Rukan had secretly recruited over the years. This time, they received orders to assist another person in hunting the Three Flavors fire spirit. She was extremely displeased that the person she was supposed to assist was actually Princess Rukan's newly recruited advisor. Now that they had met, she realized that the other party's cultivation was even lower than hers. Naturally, she was unconvinced. In terms of cultivation, she was above him, so how could she be willing to work for Su Yu? "Then let's go." Princess Rukan bestowed the same fire-repelling resources to the three of them. Then, she used the teleportation formation in the royal family's collection to directly arrive at their destination. They appeared in the heavily guarded embassy of the imperial envoy. The imperial family had an imperial envoy in every fief, responsible for the communication between the imperial family and the fief. The imperial family's special teleportation array was located here. Imperial envoy He Yun sensed that something was amiss with the royal array and respectfully stood in front of the array. When the group of four appeared, Imperial envoy He Yun sized them up and politely asked, "May I ask who you four are?" The armored man did not say a word. He took out a platinum-colored token from his waist. "We are here on Princess Rukan's orders. Let them pass quickly." Imperial envoy He Yun's expression changed slightly. He immediately ordered the guards to release the array formation and let them out. The four of them did not say anything. They rushed out of the embassy and disappeared into the sky. Imperial envoy He Yun's gaze shifted as he secretly crushed a jade scroll. Of the residence. A dignified middle-aged man in a vermilion robe was examining the injuries of a slightly pale woman in a secret chamber. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He glanced at the jade strip on his waist and his face sank. "Father, is it news about Imperial envoy He Yun?" The woman turned her head and asked. Of Wang of King Yu, the Emperor, and said, "Master of King of the Emperor, King RRRR." Worry appeared on the woman's face. Could it be that the royal family has found out about the loss of the Baishan King tripod? If Su Yu was here, he would surely recognize her. This woman was the North Gazing Pearl. The middle-aged man in the sparrow robe was the current king of the North. Unfortunately, the place where the Three Fire Spirit appeared was in the Northern Territory. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. It's only a matter of time before the royal family finds out. What I'm worried about is that we're not prepared enough. The middle-aged man's expression was rather hazy. Ever since the Wang Ding was lost, Baishan knew that disaster was imminent. Once the imperial family found out about this, the lightest punishment would be to cripple their cultivation, and the heaviest punishment would be to confiscate their possessions and behead them. When they learned that the person who stole the King Cauldron had the background of the double-crowned emperor and the Corpse clan, the higher-ups of Baishan reached an agreement. The entire clan fled dynasty. All these years, they had been secretly preparing to escape at any time. How could he not be nervous when he heard that the imperial family had sent unknown troops into the Northern Territory twice? Northern Sword Monarch took out a bronze mirror and pointed at it, shouting in a deep voice, "Inform the elders to deal with these people as well. Not a single one of them is allowed to escape." The North Gazing Pearl's expression changed. What if they're not investigating Wang Ding? Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Shaking his head, Northern Sword Monarch said, "There's no other way. We can only stake it all on one throw." As soon as he finished speaking, The north-gazing Pearl's expression suddenly changed. She bit her lips tightly, and a strange crimson color hung on her cheeks. Her eyes were watery, and she gradually lost her mind. Northern Sword Monarch's expression was gloomy. "It's starting again." The young girl nodded and said in a trembling voice, "Father, save me." Northern Sword Monarch's eyes revealed a stern expression. "This is a curse unique to the Corpse Clan. Ordinary methods are useless. It seems that you have to go to the Imperial City and enter that place, Ziluo Volcano." This was the third largest volcano of the Dayu dynasty. The diameter of the volcano alone was tens of thousands of miles. The underground magma covered an area of millions of miles. The thick smoke covered the sky, and it was dim yellow. Swoosh, 4 divine lights cut through the dim yellow sky and landed at the crater of the volcano. The armored man stared at the volcano that was about to erupt below. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Get ready, we're about to enter the volcano." The 3 people behind him immediately put on their fire-repelling clothes and fire-repelling shoes, and jumped in together. The scorching hot flames surged over, but they were all bounced off when they landed on the golden-toed fire-repelling clothes. Only a small amount of the flames affected them. This item was indeed magical. After descending tens of thousands of feet, a hole as tall as a man suddenly appeared on the volcano wall. It was scorched by the magma. "It's inside." The armored man looked at the information he had received, and his eyes lit up. He stepped into the hole in a flash. The pale-faced man and the slender woman followed closely behind, and Suyu was the last. He looked at the boiling magma below him, which was like a lake. Some fire-based creatures that were visible to the naked eye were swimming in it. Many of them were not weak, and there were even peak-level martial emperors. Along the way, he had a question. As the third largest volcano, there should be practitioners who captured fire-based creatures all year round. Why was it that the 3 flavors fire spirit had not been discovered for hundreds of years, but was suddenly discovered recently? "Your Excellency, it's better not to be a burden. Ziluo Volcano is full of dangers, and it's dangerous to stay here for even a minute longer," the slender woman said unhappily as she turned her head. Suyu came back to his senses, turned around, and followed in. The cave was twisted and turned, and it meandered deep underground. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became, and the hotter it became. Their feet made sizzling sounds as they stepped on the ground, and a large amount of white smoke rose. Even with the traceless fire step, they could still feel the burning pain under their feet. At the end of the walk, the ground caved in with every step, and layers of magma seeped out. Suddenly, Suyu's face changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Through the transparent eye, he saw 2 charred corpses in the depths of the tunnel. "Be careful." The armored man's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand to stop the team. The slender woman was shocked. "What happened?" "There's a situation in front, everyone, be alert." The group of people immediately surged with divine light, and they cautiously moved forward. At the turn, 2 charred corpses came into view. The clothes on their bodies were destroyed, and they could not tell which faction they belonged to. The armored man squatted down to examine them, and frowned. When they were alive, they should have been peak-level overlords, and their bone age was less than 30 years old. They were killed by a powerful fire-based attack. The pupils of the pale-faced young man and the slender woman shrank. A peak-level overlord who was less than 30 years old, didn't that mean that he was a young genius with a higher aptitude than them? The latter half of the sentence made them even more vigilant. Dying from a fire-based attack made them realize something. The armored man stood up, his expression grave. "It looks like it was a group of people sent by the first prince. From the looks of their deaths, it was most likely the work of the 3 flavors fire spirit. The few of them had grave expressions. Even if it was a fire spirit, it was still an emperor-level existence. It might not be the work of the fire spirit." Suyu had been observing from the side for a long time. The slender woman laughed. "What do you think, young Master Su?" The sarcasm and mockery in her words were obvious, but Suyu did not seem to hear it. He could not be bothered. It was not the first time that this woman had picked up needles along the way, and she seemed to have a deep prejudice against him. The armored man looked over seriously. Suyu had discovered the 2 corpses before he did, and he had seen Su Yu's subtle movements. "Friend Su, if you have something to say, just say it." Su Yu looked at the charred corpses, took out a small sword, and slashed at them. With a puff, the charred corpses were split into two, and a large amount of black smoke rose from them. The armored man's expression changed. "Cover your body, it's a poison barrier." The three of them stared at the corpses in shock, their expressions changing. They had never heard that the San Wei fire spirit was proficient in poison techniques. Clearly, their deaths were man-made. "There is an unknown force lurking in the dark, we must be more careful." The armored man looked at Su Yu. Su Yu pondered for a moment. "Since everyone is here for me, why don't you let me lead the way? Besides, I am proficient in some techniques, so I might be more sensitive to danger." The armored man pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Then be careful. If anything happens to you, it will be difficult for us to answer to Princess Rukan." The pale-faced youth smiled and looked at him kindly. The slender woman frowned. "Humph. You should have done this long ago." Su Yu shrugged, unconcerned, and continued to lead the group forward. Before long, they reached their limit, and the fire-repelling robes and the golden toad began to show signs of damage. Seeing that they were about to reach their limit, Su Yu's eyes lit up. "Found it." After a turn, a lava lake appeared in front of them. A pitch-black reef stood in the middle of the lava lake. A crystal fox-like creature was lying on the reef. Sensing that a living creature was approaching, the crystal hurriedly crawled toward the lava lake. However, its movements were very slow, even slower than a tortoise. This creature was the San Wei fire spirit, a spirit born from the fire essence primordial energy. It had very low spiritual intelligence. It was born with the cultivation of a martial emperor, but it had no actual combat experience. The pale-faced youth and the slender woman were delighted. Princess Rukan had warned them that if they found the San Wei fire spirit, they would be rewarded with a real emperor-level divine weapon. If anyone caught it, they would be rewarded with another one as an additional reward. With a tacit understanding, the two of them shot out like sharp swords, fighting to capture the San Wei fire spirit. Chapter 1791. The armored man sensed something and intercepted them, shouting, "Don't be impulsive." However, the two of them had already rushed out of the shore and reached the dark reef in an instant. Was there any danger? The two of them looked at each other and reached for the San Wei fire spirit. At that moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, an undercurrent gushed out from the side of San Wei fire spirit. Two dark grey darts suddenly shot out. The two of them were shocked. The slender woman was shocked. She took out a small bell and shook it with all her might. An ice-blue ripple swept out, causing the dart to slow down slightly. The slender woman took advantage of the opportunity to retreat. But the pale-faced youth was not so lucky. He took out a white jade shield of good quality and placed it in front of him. As a result, the dark grey darts instantly pierced through the white jade shield and struck the pale-faced youth's chest, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. "Ah!" With a shrill scream, the pale-faced youth flew into the magma and turned into steam. Seeing this, the slender woman who had just retreated turned pale. She was terrified. The armored man's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Who's sneaking around? Come out quickly." But there was no one there. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes flashed. "Bai Hitu, be careful." With the Azura sword in his hand, Su Yu used it to block the armored man's chest. Ding! Just as he was about to block the attack, a dark grey dart suddenly appeared and struck the Azura sword. Su Yu's hand shook. The dart contained a great force and almost sent the Azura sword flying. Even so, the armored man was still knocked back by the Azura sword. He took a few steps back, his blood boiling. His eyes were filled with shock. "Dark Gale Dart, are you the Wu La brothers, who are ranked 70th on the wanted list?" The slender woman was shocked. The Wu La brothers, the twin assassins who caused a sensation many years ago. 1,000 years ago, two notorious assassins suddenly appeared in the Dayu Empire. They specialized in assassination missions in the black market. Their targets were officials, nobles, faction disciples, and even princes. As long as they were paid, they dared to assassinate anyone. 500 years ago, The two of them successfully assassinated a divine warrior of heaven and earth, causing a sensation in the Dayu Empire. But after that, the two of them seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth and never appeared again. It was rumored that they were killed by the secret pursuit of the imperial family. However, there were also rumors that they went to the Dayu Empire. He didn't expect to meet them here. The armored man's heart sank. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat one of the Wu La brothers in a one-on-one fight, let alone two of them. Zixin, protect young Master Su and retreat. I'll hold them off for now. The armored man roared, and a black light emerged above his head, transforming into a pitch-black sun. Come out. The black sun's black light shone brightly, enveloping the entire area around the lake. Suddenly, not far away from them, two translucent grey figures appeared under the illumination of the black light. They crawled on the ground like cheetahs, silently launching a pincer attack from the left and right. Unexpectedly, the armored man's secret technique was quite good at breaking through concealment, and he was able to see through their movements. Now that their whereabouts were exposed, the Wu La brothers decided not to hide anymore and attacked violently. The two of them turned into two grey residual shadows, and a string of dozens of darts shot out simultaneously. The darts sealed off all the spaces in the armored man's body, preventing him from dodging them. He could only face them head-on. Great sun, heavenly thunder. The armored man roared again, grabbing the black sun above his head and crushing it. Bang! A shocking shock wave of energy swept out with him at the center. The powerful darts were sent flying like leaves, scattering in all directions. But only two residual shadows were not affected, and they brushed past the armored man. Two sharp, ice-cold blades appeared, piercing toward the armored man with the force of a thunderbolt. His expression changed drastically, and he drew the black iron knife from his waist, roaring, cloud-piercing moon-breaking strike. With a wave of the knife, 12 pitch-black residual shadows swept out in two different directions. This move was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Su Yu's Birth of the Devil. But the Wu La brothers' blades were unusually terrifying, and they pierced through the residual shadows, piercing toward the armored man without any resistance. The armored man's face was filled with despair, and he roared crazily, "Then let's die together." His body lunged forward, giving up on his back. The knife in his hand pounced toward the grey shadow in front of him, clearly intending to kill both of them. But the Wu La brothers were famous for assassinations, and they were best at fighting to the death. The grey shadow in front of them was extremely agile, and it avoided the armored man's attack at a strange angle. The grey shadow in the back flashed, and the cold blade in his hand quickly pierced toward the armored man's body. The slender woman saw this and screamed, "Baihitu, be careful." She suddenly felt her vision darken, and a strong wind suddenly flashed past. Su Yu, who was clearly not far away from her, disappeared into thin air. Clang! With an intense sound, a person suddenly appeared behind the armored man, and he used the blood sword in his hand to deflect the grey shadow's fatal attack. The grey shadow retreated after the attack, and he met up with another grey shadow. The armored man's heart trembled, and he could not get rid of the fear of having just passed by the gates of hell. "You!" The armored man stared at Su Yu, his eyes filled with shock. Su Yu had consecutively blocked the Wu La brothers' assassination attempts, which was enough to show that Su Yu's movement techniques, perception, and swordsmanship had reached a superb level. "Protect Zixin, I'll do it." Su Yu's back was facing the armored man, and he looked at the Wu La brothers from afar. From the situation of the fight, they had not broken through to the martial emperor realm like Huan Yu Langjun had, so it was much easier to deal with them. Creak! The Wu La brothers once again turned into two residual shadows, moving around Su Yu at high speed, looking for the best time and angle to attack. They had also noticed Su Yu's abnormality, and they had decided to get rid of him first. Su Yu's cold eyes blinked, and he activated his vision. The two residual shadows were unusually slow and clear in Su Yu's eyes. Clenching his fist, Su Yu immediately drew his sword. Heaven-cutting sword. Rumble! The entire underground space shook violently, and the wild sword energy erupted like a volcano, shooting in two opposite directions. Clang! Thud! 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 The two grey shadows, which were moving at high speed, were hit precisely. Their figures were revealed in a sorry state, and they were forced to retreat. Seeing this, the armored man's pupils shrank. An attack from a half-martial emperor? The cold sword energy had refreshed his understanding of Su Yu. The slender woman's eyes were wide open, her face full of disbelief. Her voice trembled as she said, He is so powerful. The famous Wu La brothers were no match for the power of Su Yu's one sword. The grey shadows converged once again, revealing themselves to be two identical twin brothers. Their eyes were sunken, their faces were shriveled, and their bodies were as slender as firewood. Their sunken eyes flickered with astonishment at the same time. They had not expected Su Yu to be so powerful. Su Yu stared at the two of them coldly. Do you want to give me an explanation before you die? He was the one who had hidden near the San Wei fire spirit and tried to assassinate them. The Wu La brothers looked fearful. Their instincts told them that the sword just now was far from Su Yu's true power. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to die. The Wu La brothers said in unison, Fools, we were hiding there to avoid being killed. Who allowed you to approach us so suddenly? Hiding. Su Yu, the armored man, and even the slender woman's hearts skipped a beat. What could have chased the Wu La brothers to the point of hiding? You should not have come here. If you want to live, quickly hide. The Wu La brothers shouted in unison as they sped toward the cave. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He was about to give chase when he suddenly felt something. His expression changed. Yin and yang energy immediately gushed out from the top of his head, and he disappeared from the spot. Poof! In less than a breath's time, a dark purple shadow of a knife suddenly pierced out from the depths of the exit. A palm-wide dent was left where Su Yu had been, but it was not caused by the knife energy, but by corrosion. At the same time, the two grey shadows flew backward, crushed by the dark purple shadow of the knife. Finally, they were corroded into a dark purple mist of blood. The purple shadow of the knife dissipated, turning into a purple mist that engulfed the surroundings. The ground was corroded until it was full of holes, and the divine energy in the air was corroded. The armored man and the slender woman were so shocked that they used the divine light on their bodies to fight back. Then, the sound of unhurried footsteps could be heard. Haha, I've finally found the two fish that slipped through the net. A sinister laugh came from the cave. A middle-aged man in a green robe, shrouded in shadows, appeared. A pair of dim yellow eyes sized up Su Yu and the others. He then took out a jade butterfly to compare. His lips formed a sinister smile. Oh! The second kill list is also here. It's just that one person is missing. The Wu La brothers were hiding from this person. Su Yu retreated to the front of the armored man and the slender woman. The Poison Emperor. This person was a divine warrior of heaven and earth who was adept at using poisons. Who ordered you to kill us? Su Yu thought to himself. The other party's targets were not only them, but also the people sent by the first prince. The green-robed man walked out of the cave, a cold smile on his face. Do the dead need to know so much? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of black scorpions leaped out from under his feet. They were the size of a fist. The scorpion's tail flickered, emitting a dark red light. Be careful, it's the red wolf venomous scorpion. The armored man's expression changed drastically. He was well aware of the creature's ferocious reputation. A single red wolf venomous scorpion could contend with a glazed crystal overlord. Even a divine warrior would not be able to withstand hundreds of scorpions. Revolving demonic moon style. Su Yu's expression was calm as he waved an arc of sword energy. A large number of red wolf venomous scorpions were sent flying back and crushed in the air. A few came from the side. Su Yu waved his sword a few times, destroying all of them. The green-robed man sneered. Mere ants, how dare you harm my poisonous scorpions? Hiss! A black shadow flashed behind the green-robed man. The armored man felt something disappear. When he looked again, a purple-black poisonous snake as thick as an arm bit Su Yu's body like lightning. But what it bit was the Azura sword in Su Yu's hand. A poisonous snake half a step to the divine warrior level. The armored man's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 1792. Evil creature. With a cold snort, Su Yu waved his giant sword. The demon master's world was swept away. The purple-black poisonous snake was confused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Azura sect sword shook violently, and the cold blade minced the poisonous snake into a dozen pieces. The pieces fell to the ground and kept twisting. However, Suyu did not stop immediately. Instead, he threw out the Glaze Heavenly Fire Talisman. A green flame burst out and burned the snake's body. In the burning, the purple-black poisonous snakes, thick as wood, could be seen hiding in the snake's body. They were also burned to death. Seeing this, the armored man's pupils shrank. There were hundreds of small poisonous snakes hidden in the snake's body. Perhaps this was the true killing move of the purple-black poisonous snakes. Boy, you are looking for death. The green-robed emperor was annoyed that the purple-black poisonous snakes had seen through him. His green robe shook, and nothing happened. However, the armored man and the slender woman suddenly held their heads in pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing on their heads. Their souls had been poisoned. The formless poisonous fog that was released just now was an attack aimed at the soul. Suyu was the same. He held his head with a pained expression. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The green-robed emperor shook his sleeves disdainfully, raised his index finger, and shot out a deep purple poisonous fog knife energy, enveloping all three of them. Just like the Wu La brothers, he wanted to poison them to death on the spot. Just as the knife energy was about to land, Suyu, who was in pain, suddenly raised his head. The Azura sect sword in his hand had been replaced by a dragon-shaped sword. The sword chi swept across, and a sword chi that made the green-robed man's face change color struck down from the sky. Caught off guard, the green-robed emperor retreated and hurriedly released several poisonous fog barriers in front of him. However, he had underestimated Suyu all along, and his defense was limited in its haste. Several layers of barriers were easily smashed like paper make, while he himself suffered a heavy blow. Puff, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous blood, the green-robed emperor was sent flying and smashed into the wall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu grabbed the armored man and the slender woman. However, he did not leave. Instead, he stepped on the Three Flavors fire spirit, who was about to escape into the magma, and kicked it into the air. Then, he opened the 9 jade spiritual pearl and stored it in it. Only then did he rush into the cave. Just as he stepped in, the green-robed man's furious roar resounded behind him. Don't even think about leaving. The whole cave was buzzing and trembling. Suyu's ears were numb, and his body was slightly stiff. However, it only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal. While sprinting, he used the Tai Chi yin-yang wings to run wildly in the cave. The green-robed man was shocked and angry at the same time. The other party was obviously an insignificant human, but his speed was extremely strange. Every time he was about to grab her, she would suddenly pull away. This feeling was not like chasing a glazed crystal overlord. Instead, it was like fighting with someone of the same level, which shocked him greatly. Suyu's expression was calm, but his heart sank slightly. The reason why he was able to escape from the other party's poison was because he had condensed a soul crystal. The other party's poison mist was unable to harm him. However, it was obvious that the other party had not used his full strength. If Suyu fought them head-on, his chances of winning were slim. If it was an ordinary area, he could directly activate the advanced version of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings and instantly teleport 10 billion meters away. However, this place was buried deep underground and the fire element was too rich, affecting the balance of yin and yang qi. A short distance was fine, but a long-distance teleportation would definitely fail. Only by leaving the volcano could he have a chance of escaping. The green-robed man behind him was following closely, but if nothing went wrong, he should be able to escape the underground first. The two of them chased each other for 2 hours. The fire element in the vicinity had weakened by more than half. Suyu's face lit up. He was about to leave the underground. As expected, there was a sea of red in front of him. It was the exit of the cave that he had come from. Creak! Suyu leaped out and hovered in midair above the huge volcano. At that moment, the green-robed man seemed to have noticed Suyu's situation. He used some unknown method to increase his speed by 5 times. As soon as Suyu's foot left, he caught up with him. A purple-black chain rushed out with a swoosh, sweeping towards Su Yu and the others. The chain of rules. Su Yu's face darkened. Without thinking, he struck out with the royal dragon sword. The enormous dragon-shaped sword energy swooped down, slowing down the oncoming chain. However, the dragon-shaped sword energy immediately collapsed. The collapsed sword energy surged back like a tsunami, knocking Su Yu into the air. His clothes were shredded by the sword energy, and hideous sword scars appeared on his skin. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes dimmed slightly. Sure enough, it would be difficult to win against a divine warrior head-on. Seeing that the chain was about to attack him again, Su Yu shook his right wrist without hesitation. 10 invisible, transparent threads flew out of the bracelet and formed a net in front of him to defend himself. Crack! A shocking scene appeared. The chain of rules hit the net and penetrated it without any hindrance, as if the net did not exist. However, the green-robed man's face stiffened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He said in horror and shock, "My rules." After the chain of rules passed through the net, dozens of tiny cracks appeared on its surface. Then, the chain was cut into more than 40 small pieces of different sizes. Puff, as if he had been seriously injured, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The green-robed man roared, "You destroyed my rules, I will kill you." Boom! With him as the center, a dark green storm suddenly erupted, full of terrible poison. Su Yu's face changed. He retrieved the silk threads, held the 2 of them, and flew into the sky. The jade-green tempest surged up from below like a poisonous dragon, and it bit over. Su Yu stared and quickly left the crater. When he noticed that the fire element was calm, his face lit up, and he immediately activated the advanced yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Roar! At this moment, the poisonous dragon swallowed them in one bite. But at the critical moment, they successfully teleported away. No. The green-robed man let out a shocking roar, shaking the entire volcano. The magma lake below, which had been quiet for countless years, also began to churn. After a long time, the green-robed man's eyes were red, and his face was full of resentment. Damn it! I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The roar shook the magma lake that had just calmed down again, and a giant wave of 1,000 feet appeared. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the bottom of the magma. "You have disturbed my training again and again, I will not forgive you." What? The green-robed man's body trembled violently from the mighty sound. He subconsciously looked towards the magma lake and saw a giant dragon with a fiery red body that was hundreds of meters long. It was stirring the magma and suddenly rushed out. Double-crown divine dragon. The green-robed man screamed and turned to escape. But just as he escaped from the crater, a bloody dragon's mouth bit off half of his body. Then, a scorching dragon's breath blew, and the remaining half of his body melted in an instant. The fire dragon raised its neck and swallowed half of the green-robed man's body into its stomach. Its dark red eyes, as huge as a house, coldly swept in the direction where Su Yu had escaped. "Humph! You escaped fast." Then, he turned and jumped into the magma. After a while, the magma calmed down, but there were countless broken limbs and remains of fire element creatures. Crash! The fire dragon rushed out again with an emperor-level fire attribute creature in its mouth. With a tyrannical dragon cry, it said, "This group of low IQ fire attribute creatures are quite perceptive. Most of them ran away when they sensed that I had awakened. Otherwise, it would have been a feast." Suddenly, the fire dragon stared in the direction of the royal family and said, that is, after a while, its fierce eyes were filled with greed. "I didn't expect a corner of the dragon palace to be here. It's a good thing for me." Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, the fierce fire dragon turned into a flame and rushed toward the imperial city. Somewhere in the empire, on an isolated island, a huge amount of yin and yang energy suddenly gathered, and then suddenly spread out. 3 people fell from it. It was Su Yu, the armored man, and the slender woman who had luckily escaped. Su Yu calmed himself down, took out a compass, and located his location. At a glance, he couldn't help but grin. The poisonous fog of the green-robed emperor had affected the final teleportation. It was supposed to be teleported in the direction of the imperial city, but by a freak combination of factors, it had appeared 10 billion miles away. The armored man was also determining his location, and his expression was full of bitterness. We actually landed in the territory of the Snow Lion King. It will take at least a year to get back from here. Suyu looked surprised. It won't take long to use the teleportation portal of the Imperial Envoy Embassy here, right? Mr. Su, you don't know. It was the slender woman who spoke, and her expression was much more respectful. The Snow Lion King is the most supportive of the first prince, because the current king is the first prince's uncle. We landed in the Snow Lion King's territory, and if we want to use the Imperial Envoy Embassy here to teleport back, we will definitely be obstructed. Suyu frowned. They might not know our identities, right? Shaking his head, the armored man's expression was as calm as still water. Sir, don't underestimate the power of the great princes. I think you were noticed by the 5 princes on the first day you stepped into the princess mansion. The Snow Lion King most likely received news of you as well. If we appear in the Imperial Envoy Embassy, we will be discovered immediately. Is that so? Suyu's expression was troubled. If he were to go to other fiefs, the closest one would be the Northern Envelope Land, and he would only need to use the advanced technique of yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole once. But it was easy to get there, and he believed that the descendants of the Northern Envelope Land would not expect Suyu to dare go to the Northern Envelope Land. If it were now, they might have already known that Suyu had arrived. Going to the Imperial Envoy Embassy in the Northern Envelope Land would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Jingyu Fief, the only place that had not made its stance clear, should not be a problem, but it would take at least half a year to get there. And the Dao reign would be held in half a year. Could we not make it back in time? Suyu's expression turned grave. Just as Huangfu Liang had said, the Dao reign was a rare grand event in the star area. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. If he missed such an opportunity, he would miss it. If he wanted to encounter it again, it would all depend on his luck. If Suyu wanted to rely on cultivating the forging rules, he would need at least 1,000 years, and he might not even succeed. Just as Suyu was in distress, the slender woman's eyes flickered, and she said proudly, "Mr. Su, you have done me a favor. I know a way to make it back in half a year." Chapter 1793. The slender woman looked at the armored man and said hesitantly, "This method may not be tolerated by the Empire. If it is leaked," the armored man was not an advisor of the princess like them, but a guard sent by the Empire to protect the princess. He was loyal to the Empire. If the armored man reported it, they would be in big trouble. "Mr. Su has saved my life twice. This time, I can't delay his participation in the Dao reign. As long as the method you suggested doesn't cross the line of my duty, I can turn a blind eye to it." The armored man looked at Suyu with deep gratitude in his eyes. Without him, the armored man would have become a corpse by now, wouldn't he? The slender woman heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's actually very simple. Just look for the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce." Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. He had never heard of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The armored man's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. The slender woman observed the armored man's expression and was slightly delighted. It seemed that he had acquiesced. On the other hand, Suyu looked like he knew nothing. The slender woman was slightly surprised. "Mr. Su, have you never heard of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce?" Judging from his performance, he was amazingly talented. Such a person should have a powerful background. How could he have never heard of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? "I have been in isolation all year round and only appeared recently," Suyu said. The slender woman looked enlightened. "No wonder. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce only appeared in the Empire of Dayu in the last 10 years. Then why?" Suyu looked at the armored man. It seemed that the Empire was not very friendly to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The slender woman said, "The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has influence in all great civilizations. The Empire is very wary of it, so it doesn't allow the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to develop in the Empire. But the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has a strong foundation. It can't be done openly, but it has secretly developed an underground black market that has affected the entire civilization in just 5 years. Every fief has a black market branch, and I believe the Snow Lion fief is no exception. The slender woman was very familiar with this. It had affected the entire empire of Dayu in just 5 years. How generous was that? The power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had reached an unfathomable level. Suyu said, "Then how can we find them? Since it's a black market, it should be well hidden. It won't be easy to contact them in a short time." "Hihi, don't worry about that. I've been in contact with the black market 3 years ago. As a regular customer of theirs, I don't have to worry about not being able to find them." The slender woman smiled sweetly and took out a black stone with a 6-star pattern on it. Seeing this stone, the armored man raised his eyebrows fiercely, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The slender woman acted as if nothing had happened. She opened her red lips and spat out a mouthful of divine energy. Immediately, the black stone shot out a black scissor towards a certain direction. The nearest black market stronghold is in that direction. The slender woman heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, she wasn't entirely sure if there was a branch of the black market in the Snow Lion Fief, but it seemed that she wasn't boasting. "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry." 3 meteors streaked across the sky. Beisho Di. The king's face was gloomy as he held a broken life token tightly. "Royal father, who killed the 100 poison monarch?" The North Gazing Pearl's face turned pale. The 100 Poison Monarch was a foreign emperor that the North Shou Di had secretly recruited in order to secretly do things that the North Shou Di could not do. Unexpectedly, the life token that he had left in the fief was broken, indicating that he was dead. The king's face was gloomy. Who else could it be? Apart from the 2 mysterious teams of the royal family, there can't be a third party. His eyes flashed as he took out a bronze mirror and said, "Send me the information on the 2 batches of people from the royal family." "Yes." He-Yun's voice came from the other side of the bronze mirror. Before long, rows of images were projected from the bronze mirror, and there were corresponding detailed descriptions on the right side of the images. "Brother Wu La." The king snorted. The royal family isn't some kind of paradise. Even a wanted criminal can become an advisor. The North Gazing Pearl frowned slightly. It was impossible for the Wu La brothers to kill the 100 Poison Monarch. His eyes swept down. The second batch was sent by Princess Rukan. The imperial bodyguard by Hitu, the advisors Zi Xin, by Mu, Su Yu. "Wait, Su Yu." The North Gazing Pearl's pupils shrank. She could not believe her eyes. Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at the corresponding image. It was the face that had been etched into her bones. It was the man who had appeared in her dreams countless times, the man who made her hate him and feel like an immortal. "It's him." The king's eyes were filled with anger. The culprit who had forced the North Shou Di to betray the empire was this man. The North Gazing Pearl clenched her teeth and said, "Father, this is the man who has many emperors behind him. It is highly likely that the 100 Poison Monarch died at his hands." Even without her saying it, the king had already listed Su Yu as the prime suspect. "He-Yun, seal the transportation portal immediately. For the next 10 days, only people can enter, but not leave." The king gave the order. At the same time, he gathered the people in the fief and said, "Inform all the strong martial artists of the North Shou Di to search for Su Yu. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." The entire North Shou Di was immediately mobilized. Countless soldiers were mobilized with murderous intent. They searched everywhere, from cities to villages. Unfortunately, Su Yu, whom they had been searching for so long, seemed to have vanished into thin air. The search that had lasted for 10 days was coming to an end. The king's face was gloomy. If we had been able to check on the 2 batches of people who had entered the territory earlier, how could we have allowed that little thief to escape? The North Gazing Pearl's face was filled with disappointment. "Howa, what's going on in the fief recently? Such a huge commotion has even alarmed me." An old voice came from outside the palace. Many strong martial artists of the North Shou Di came to greet him. "Ancestor. Pear King." He was the previous king of the North Shou Di, the Pear King. Ever since he had returned from the Sea of Constellations civilization, he had been in seclusion. Compared to the last time, the Pear King's aura had increased significantly. He was showing signs of breaking through to the Double Crown Emperor level. The current king, north-gazing Hao, hurried forward. "Why did you alarm father? I'm a sinner for disturbing your breakthrough." It turned out that the humiliation he had suffered during the trip to the Sea of Constellations had greatly affected the Pear King. It was a blessing in disguise, and he had reached the bottleneck of the Double Crown Emperor level that he had not been able to reach for many years. However, the commotion in the conferred land today was rather big, alarming him. The Pear King raised his white beard and glared at him. "Beishin's bloodline is secretly planning to break away from the royal family, but you just had to create such a big commotion. Are you afraid that the royal family won't be on guard?" Beiwang Hao explained in fear, "It's not that I want to do this, but I have no choice." He then told them about Su Yu's appearance and the fall of the 100 Poisons divine warrior. After knowing what had happened, the Pear King's face darkened. After a long while, the Pear King's eyes shone brightly. "We can only speed up the process. We must completely break away from the empire within half a year. As for whether Su Yu will expose the fact that the Beishin King tripod was lost, we don't have to worry about that. It's good enough that we didn't expose him. Would he dare to expose this matter?" Su Yu had joined Princess Rukan's advisor, and they were all well aware of his intentions. He believed that Su Yu did not have the guts to reveal this matter. Pearl is the only thing to be feared. The Pear King looked apologetic. Back then, he had no choice but to leave the north-facing Pearl behind. Now that she had the curse of the Corpse Clan in her body, it was hard for him to calm down. The north-gazing Pearl's face darkened. "The only thing we can do now is to go there and try," the Pear King said. Beiwang Hao looked troubled. "However, it's not convenient for us to go to the Imperial City. If we leave Pearl alone, we won't be able to rest easy." The Pear King's eyes shone brightly. "Have you forgotten about our Pearl's engagement with a certain prince? I think it's time for that prince to do something. Moreover, Chen is in the Imperial City now, so he can help Pearl." Hearing this, the crowd rolled their eyes, and many of them looked relieved. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the bustling city of the Snow Lion's fief, 3 martial artists in disguise quietly arrived in front of an abandoned house. They were Su Yu and the other 2, who had just arrived. The slender woman knocked on the door, and soon, a 9-year-old girl with pigtails popped her head out. When she saw the 3 strangers, she asked timidly, "Who are you looking for? Did you get the wrong door?" The slender woman tossed the pitch-black hexagonal stone over. The girl with the pigtails held it with both hands, and laughed sinisterly. Her voice changed, and she sounded extremely old, as if she was a 100-year-old old woman. "Oh, you are our esteemed guests. Who are these 2? I brought them here. Don't worry, they are trustworthy." The slender woman vouched for them. The girl with the pigtails chuckled. "Since they are vouching for the esteemed guests of the meteor star, they are definitely trustworthy. Please, come in." As they stepped into the house, the scene outside was vastly different. A huge hidden market came into view, and there were about 10,000 martial artists lingering there. The islands floating in the air were packed with people. "Haha, please look around. I won't keep you company." The girl with the pigtails laughed hoarsely, then disappeared into the crowd. At the same time, Su Yu sized up the market. Although it wasn't big, it had everything, and all kinds of goods were sold. Talismans, elixirs, and cultivation techniques were everywhere. There were even spiritual pets that rarely appeared in the outside world. "Follow me." The slender woman was unusually familiar with the place, and she led them to a floating island with ease. There were many people on this island, and the queue was far greater than that of the other islands. However, the slender woman cut the queue straight to the front, and came to the window of the Great Hall. Such behavior naturally attracted waves of dissatisfaction and angry shouts. The guards on both sides of the window had stern expressions, and they strode over with big strides. It was only when the woman took out her 6-star black stone that the guards' expressions changed abruptly. Their footsteps froze, and the stern expressions on their faces turned into respect. "Our esteemed guests of the 6 stars have arrived. Please, come in." The agitated crowd in the queue gradually calmed down. Even though they were still unwilling, they did not continue to make a fuss, as if they had approved of the matter. Su Yu revealed an astonished expression. This woman's status in the black market seemed to be a little different from before. Amidst the envy and jealousy, Su Yu and the others cut the queue and went straight to the window. After showing their 6-star black stone identification, the spell on the left side of the window shook violently, and an opening that could only allow a person to pass through appeared, allowing them to enter. Chapter 1794. Do you plan to take the transportation portal? The white-browed elder asked with a smile. The slender woman nodded. Please arrange it, the price is negotiable. This hall was responsible for selling transportation portals. The woman asked for the price directly. The white-browed elder chuckled. 3 months later. As for the price, it will be 30 divine stones for the 3 of you. Divine stones? Su Yu had only recently learned of the existence of this item from the ancient books. Areas with rich magical energy often formed very precious mineral veins. The mineral veins produced a kind of crystal or that contained divine energy, known as divine stones. This item was the universal currency of the galaxy, and all civilizations could use it. The slender woman frowned. The price is not a problem, but isn't the timing a little too late? The white-browed elder smiled. Recently, everyone has been rushing to the imperial city just like you. You have seen the huge queue outside. In 3 months, you have the privilege of a 6-star VIP, so I arranged for you to cut the queue. Otherwise, you would have to wait at least 5 months. The slender woman cast a questioning look at Su Yu. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded. Then we will stay here for 3 months. There were still 4 months until the rain, so there was plenty of time. All right. The slender woman took out another 30 egg-sized crystals. They were of all different colors, but each color contained abundant divine energy. The white-browed elder accepted them with a smile and gave each of them an ancient ring. This is my token. You can use it to use the transportation portal in 3 months. The 3 of them quickly left the hall after accepting the ring. Su Yu looked grateful. Thank you, Miss Z. I have some world spiritual treasures here. Consider it a token of my appreciation. He casually took out a few treasures from Huan Yu Longjuan's treasures. Zixin glanced at them and was surprised. 7-star lamp grass? Disillusionment cloud smoke leaf? Blood jade moonstone? These are all rare treasures in the outside world. Brother Su's wealth really puts me to shame. The eyes of the armored man, who was next to him, became heated. He was extremely surprised, and the way he looked at Su Yu changed greatly. When she came back to her senses, she quickly waved her hand and refused. Brother Su saved my life. 10 pieces of God stones are nothing. Moreover, the value of these 3 world spiritual treasures is far more than 10 divine stones. Take it, Su Yu said. Zixin refused again and again. She had no choice but to accept. Her face was full of shame. She thought for a moment and said, how about this? I have some connections here, and I can exchange these natural treasures for divine stones. I'll return the rest to you. Seeing that Su Yu was about to refuse, Zixin said sternly, Brother Su, please don't say any more. I understand the principle of repaying a debt of gratitude. All right. Su Yu reluctantly agreed. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Z to make the trip. Zixin smiled sweetly, just call me Zixin. If I have offended you in any way before, I hope Big Brother Su will not take it to heart. Along the way, she had not treated Su Yu well. It was only after Su Yu had saved them and helped them escape from the volcano that their impression of him changed. It's just a trifling matter, so I didn't take it to heart. Su Yu didn't take it to heart. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased up, Zixin said, then find a place to stay first, I'll come find you after the exchange. Su Yu replied without hesitation, all right. When I came here just now, I saw a training cavern for sale. It just so happens that I need to train in isolation for a period of time. The armored man also said, I also need to train in isolation. After the battle with the Wu brothers, I gained some enlightenment. After bidding farewell to Zixin, Su Yu and Zixin arrived at the Nature Upper Residence. After paying the fee, they immediately began to train in isolation. He took out a few formation flags to ensure that the outside world couldn't disturb him. Then, a dim light flickered between his fingers, and the three flavors fire spirit appeared in front of him. Resembling a fox, it struggled slowly, as if it had sensed danger. After a brief examination, Suyu discovered that there was a talisman seal under its belly. It must have been the Wu brothers' doing. No wonder it moves so slowly and has no offensive power. He couldn't help but be surprised. Although the three flavors fire spirit had low spiritual intelligence, it still had its instincts. In addition, it was at the realm of an emperor, so both its escaping and offensive power were extraordinary. If the Wu brothers hadn't subdued this beast first, it would have taken a lot of effort to capture it. Using his transparent eye, he scanned the three flavors fire spirit's body and immediately discovered a triangular fiery red crystal on its belly. That was the absolute fire crystal. According to the ancient records, only 1/3 of the mature three flavors fire spirit's absolute fire crystal was needed to neutralize the yin property impurities in the Fu Luo earth core. However, because of the high value of the absolute fire crystal, the three flavors fire spirit was usually killed to extract the complete absolute fire crystal. After a moment of silence, Suyu murmured, "It's not easy to cultivate a spirit with a flame. I'll take 1/3 of your absolute fire crystal and let you live." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of space to cut off 1/3 of the absolute fire crystal from its body through its belly. At the same time, he took out a brocade box from the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Inside it was a fiery red fiery antler ginseng. This was also one of Huan Yu Longjuan's treasured collections. It was a very rare fire property spiritual treasure and was exceptionally precious. Consider it my compensation. Suyu undid the restraints on the three flavors fire spirit and threw the fiery antler ginseng in front of it. After undoing the restraints, the three flavors fire spirit turned into a fiery red remnant line and escaped into the ground. The fiery antler ginseng was nowhere to be seen. With a smile, the ring on Suyu's finger flickered with a dim light, and dozens of brocade boxes and a silver box appeared. The Fu Luo earth core and many other auxiliary materials were all there. With a sizzling sound, raging flames burst forth from his palm. Shortly after, he threw the Fu Luo earth core, the absolute fire crystal, and a few other auxiliary materials into it. Layers of yin property black smoke rose from the flames, and before long, it filled the entire secret chamber. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose. Suyu remained expressionless and continued to roast it. After a whole month, the black smoke emitted from the flames became extremely weak. At the moment, a thin layer of black smoke had accumulated in the secret chamber, and it was emitting wisps of cold yin energy. These were the impurities hidden in the Fu Luo earth core. If he had swallowed it directly, it would not have been as easy to get rid of it. Whoosh! Suyu's cheeks were pale, but his expression was filled with deep joy. He stared unblinkingly at the crystal clear, bluish-green crystal spiritual liquid in his palm. After spending a whole month, he had finally succeeded. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The crystal spiritual liquid entered his lungs, and a spicy sensation rushed straight to his brain. However, the warm feeling in his abdomen made Suyu feel extremely comfortable. The divine energy that had gathered in his inner mansion was quickly filled with the crystal spiritual liquid, and it surged in all directions, in the market. Bai Hitu accompanied Zi Xin to a certain place in the market. Zi Xin's expression was ugly, and anxiety was faintly discernible. "Didn't you say that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has a good reputation? How could something like the wasted divine stones happen?" Bai Hitu frowned. Zi Xin's face was full of resentment. "It's not a matter of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's reputation. It's just that enemies often cross paths, and they did something to it." Bai Hitu was silent. "If it was my own spiritual item that was swapped, it would be fine. However, it was Brother Su's. How can I explain this to him? I can only ask Brother Bai to help me seek justice." Zi Xin's face was full of pleading. Bai Hitu nodded. "Mr. Su saved my life. I can't just sit back and do nothing about his matter." As the two of them spoke, they arrived in front of a high-class shop that purchased and sold materials. "That's him." Zi Xin pointed at the shop's shopkeeper, who was chatting with a customer with a smile. The shopkeeper was only 30 years old, and he was exceptionally young. However, he was eloquent, and he talked incessantly about a treasured artifact that hadn't been sold for years. Baihitu strode over with a bag of dark grey divine stones in his hand, and he slammed it on the table. He glared at the customer, and the murderous aura he exuded scared the customer, who immediately walked out. Seeing that he had lost his business, the young shopkeeper glared at the two of them. Then, he glanced at Zixin and raised his eyebrows. "You again? I've already said that we won't take responsibility if you leave the counter after you count the divine stones. Don't you understand the rules?" This woman had come here once to seek justice, but she was beaten and chased out by the powerhouses in the shop. That was why she found Baihitu, who had just come out of seclusion, to seek justice together with her. "Is tampering with divine stones also a tradition of your shop?" Baihitu snorted coldly. The young shopkeeper glanced at him. The cultivation level of a half-step sovereign realm made his pupils shrink slightly. However, as a member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he had seen countless powerhouses. Why would he be afraid of a half-step sovereign realm expert? The young shopkeeper grinned and sneered. As the old saying goes, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you think that you can bully us with your martial strength, hey, then you've come to the wrong place. Baihitu's expression was cold, and he said calmly, "Is that so? I'd like to see if the martial strength of your shop is as powerful as your mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm and took out a shining golden token. The words "You the Great" were engraved on the front, and the words "Imperial Guard" by Baihitu were engraved on the bottom. The young shopkeeper's expression suddenly froze when he saw this token. His expression was uncertain. People from the Daryu Empire. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was now a black market, and the Daryu Empire could not wait to suppress it. Provoking people from the Empire was undoubtedly asking for trouble. If the higher-ups knew that he had offended someone from the Empire, the consequences would be unimaginable. "If you don't give us an explanation today, I won't leave." He revealed his identity. Who would dare to visit him if he stood there? It should be known that most of the customers who came here were sneaky. "You!" The young shopkeeper was furious. He said, "All right, please wait a moment. I'm just a small shopkeeper, and I can't make the decision. I need to ask my boss for help." Zixin let out a breath of turbid air as she watched him leave. She then raised her eyebrows slightly. "Big Brother Bai, it was the boss of this shop who ordered the exchange of God's stones. This person is very sinister. You must be careful." Baihitu nodded with a calm expression. Not long after, a fair-skinned middle-aged man in a snow-white cloak walked out of the back of the shop at a moderate pace. His facial features were soft, and he looked very gentle and elegant. He glanced at the two of them and his gaze fell on Zixin. He smiled faintly. "So it's Miss Z from the Purple Cloud Palace. Long time no see." Chapter 1795. The elegant middle-aged man was calm and composed, with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. "Miss Z, you seem to have a deep prejudice against me. Why don't you come in and have a drink and listen to my explanation for you?" "Humph." Zixin squinted at him. "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'm here for one thing, and that is to return my god stone." Baihitu, who was at the side, remained calm and collected, standing in the middle of the entrance like a Vajra Buddha. The few guests who were planning to enter immediately turned and left when they saw this posture. A trace of darkness flashed in the elegant middle-aged man's eyes, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, "The shopkeeper has already told me about your matter. This concerns the reputation of the Million Treasure Hall. I dare not be careless, so I asked the law enforcement elder of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce for help. Miss C doesn't trust me, but you should trust the law enforcement elder, right? 90% of the businesses of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were controlled by themselves. Only a few businesses would be controlled by outsiders because of personal relationships. For example, the Million Treasure Hall had received help from the elegant middle-aged man's family when the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce expanded its territory. In exchange, the family could obtain the management rights of several shops in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. There were many similar shops. In order to ensure the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce established the Law Enforcement Hall to strictly supervise these shops. Once something damaged the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the management rights would be revoked immediately. The punishment was quite severe. The law enforcement elder was under the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and had always been fair. Zixin was relieved. She humphed and waited for the law enforcement elder to come. About 10 minutes later, a calm middle-aged man with a blonde face entered the shop. The middle-aged man immediately stood up to welcome him. "Greetings, Elder Lee." Elder Lee glanced at him and went straight to the seat of honor. He sat down and asked, "Why did you call me here?" The middle-aged man showed a helpless expression. "This is what happened. Miss Z sold 3 kinds of materials in our shop, but then she came back and slandered us for giving fake godstones. She made trouble again and again. We had no choice but to ask Elder Lee to help us." In a few words, he had slandered Zixin and the others as the culprits. Elder Lee nodded slightly and looked at Zixin. "If the god's stone is counted in person, we will not be responsible if it leaves the cabinet. Have you counted it in person?" Zixin nodded. "Yes, I did, but the godstones were tampered with, so I couldn't see anything wrong with them at the time. It was only after inspection that I realized they were all wasted godstones." She was also overly confident in her own connections, so when she was introduced to the Myriad Treasure Hall, she did not investigate the background of this hall, and thus fell into the trap. "Bring me the wasted god's stone," Elder Lee said in a deep voice. Once this matter was verified, it would seriously affect the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. They could not be careless. After receiving the pouch, Elder Lee scanned it with his eyes. Indeed, all of them were dull and lifeless. They were all discarded godstones that had been used before. There was no value in them at all. He took one out at random and threw a hexagonal sieve at the same time. The sieve kept spinning, and each side shot out a ray of light that enveloped the abandoned godstone. There was no reaction on the surface of the godstone even after all 6 rays of light shone on it. Elder Lee raised his head and looked at Zixin with a deep gaze. His tone was slightly cold as he said, "There are no traces of tampering on the divine stone. I am not lying." Zixin took out her 6-star black stone. "With my status, there is no need for me to swindle a mere 100 godstones, right?" Seeing the 6-star black stone, Elder Lee's gaze softened slightly. Distinguished guests who had attained the 6-star black stone had to spend an astronomical amount of godstones in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Such distinguished guests were all people of high status, so there was indeed no need for them to cause trouble for 100 godstones. He could not help but frown as he looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Wen. Over the years, the affiliated shops had been rather well behaved under the supervision of the law enforcement elder. However, there were more or less some shady dealings. The elder's hearts were as clear as a mirror, but they did not have evidence. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen did not change his expression and said, "To be honest, Miss Z and I are old acquaintances, and she has many prejudices against me. This time, when she found out that my Myriad Treasure Hall had come to the Daryu Empire, she specially came to cause trouble, which made me feel extremely helpless. In addition, as far as I know, her 6-star blackstone is not her own, but it came from someone else. I do not know if she used this item to swindle people." Elder Lee raised his eyebrows as he looked at Zixin. His expression became calm again, neither warm nor cold. Standing up, Elder Lee returned the wasted godstone to Zixin and said, "If Miss Z has evidence, I will enforce the law strictly and deprive the Myriad Treasure Hall of its reputation, but if you do not, please leave. Disturbing the order of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce will affect your VIP rating." He put his hands behind his back and stared at Zixin. Zixin was furious and was about to reason with him, but she was pulled away by the armored man and left the Myriad Treasure Hall. As expected. Bai Hitu had expected this. If the other party was timid, he might be able to get his godstone back by threatening him. However, if he was not afraid, there was no hope of getting his godstone back without any evidence. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen seemed elegant, but he was actually treacherous. He was not someone who could be frightened by threats. "What should we do?" Zixin was not willing to give up. Bai Hitu sighed and said, "What can we do? We can only report to young Master Su. Since things had come to this, they could only rob him. However, they needed help from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, so it was not appropriate for them to cause trouble. Secondly, robbing him would be exactly what the middle-aged man wanted. Zixin bit her lips and said, I caused the loss. I will find a way to compensate Brother Su. However, where could she find 130 low-grade god stones in such a short amount of time? Haha, Miss Z, although you did not manage to extort money from the Myriad Treasure Hall, I will reluctantly give you one for your help. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen took out a god stone and threw it at the door. He then turned around and left with a smile. Keep it well, I will not see you out. Zixin was furious. Her face was gloomy and she walked into the crowd without looking at the god stone. When she returned to the training room, Su Yu was still in seclusion. She heaved a sigh of relief, but immediately became distressed. 2 months had passed. There were only 3 to 5 days left of the 3-month agreement with the white-browed old man. Bai Hitu and Zixin were waiting anxiously outside. At this moment, loud bangs could be heard from the training room behind them. A wave of chaotic divine energy gathered above the training room from all directions. Then, like a whale being swallowed, it was swallowed by an invisible force. Immediately after, a beam of energy penetrated the secret room, giving off an extraordinary spiritual pressure. Peak Overlord! Bai Hitu's eyes flashed. Zixin was shocked. His cultivation 3 months ago did not show any obvious signs of a breakthrough. I did not expect him to break through so quickly. As the two of them were still in shock, the stone door opened and a silver-haired young man in a plain robe and crystal crown stepped out. His eyes were bright and reserved, and the surface of his body reflected the crystal light. His whole body gave off a heavy sense of pressure. Mr. Su. Brother Su. The two of them greeted him. Su Yu smiled. Sorry, I did not expect my seclusion to last so long. I have made you wait for so long. Bai Hitu said, Mister, you are too kind. The 3-month deadline is not up yet. How can you say that it has been a long wait? Zixin looked hesitant and guilty. After a while, she said, I am sorry, Brother Su. I have messed up the matter of exchanging the materials for the god stones. Su Yu was stunned, and he recalled what she was talking about after a while. Haha, it does not matter. Those materials were originally given to you. You can keep them for yourself if you can't get them. Su Yu waved his hand indifferently. It was just 3 types of spiritual treasure materials. The more indifferent he seemed, the more guilty Zixin felt. So, she told him the truth. After hearing the whole story, he frowned. Forget it, it is just a few materials. They are not worth much. Although Su Yu was a little displeased, he was too lazy to make trouble for a few things. As he said that, Zixin and Bai Hitu looked at each other and smiled helplessly. He was indeed rich and overbearing. He did not want materials worth hundreds of god stones just like that. By the way, it is rare for me to come to the black market. I would like to buy some books about the civilizations of the other worlds. Misty, please lead the way. Ever since he learned about the existence of the Dark Star civilization, the Tai Chi civilization, and even the Zodiac Palace, Su Yu had been particularly interested in extraterrestrial civilizations. Zixin smiled, leave it to this little sister. This little sister is very familiar with the black market. Under her guidance, they soon arrived at a shop that specialized in selling all kinds of ancient books. Compared to the other shops, the ancient bookshop was much quieter. Brother Su, if you want to understand the basic information about the civilizations of the other worlds, I suggest you read the 9 volumes of the Star Region. It has detailed descriptions of everything from the circulation of money to the introduction of the various races. If you are interested in the various forces, I suggest you read The Journey of the 10,000 Realms. It is very helpful for you to understand the distribution of the forces of the civilizations of the other worlds. Apart from that, there are many cultivation techniques of the other civilizations here. Sometimes, you can find something good by chance. Really? Su Yu and Bai Hitu were quite interested. After taking down the 9 volumes of the Star Region and the Journey of the 10,000 Realms, they browsed through the cultivation techniques of the various races. These had been translated into the common language of the Star region, so anyone could understand them. After a brief glance, Suyu did not find many high-level cultivation techniques. Even if there were, the shop would not sell them easily. However, Bai Hitu and Zixin found one or two books that were beneficial to them. They immediately took them down happily. The three of them each had their own gains, so they went to the counter to trade. Misty, please pay for me again. I will give you the corresponding resources later. Zixin smiled sweetly. You can count on me. Shopkeeper, 3 cultivation techniques and a few volumes of geography books. How many divine stones do they cost? Zixin asked. The shopkeeper was over 80 years old and had white hair. His face was full of indifference. He was concentrating on registering something. When he heard Zixin, he raised his head. When he saw Zixin, his face fell. I'm not selling. Zixin was stunned. Then why do you open a shop? Humph. Shopkeeper Bai sneered. If others come in, I will naturally welcome them. But you. Humph. I can't afford to do business with you. Old man, make yourself clear. Zixin said angrily. Shopkeeper Bai sneered. The news of you extorting the 1,000 treasure haul has already spread throughout the black market. You even invited the law enforcement elder here. My shop is small and insignificant, so I can't afford to be intimidated by the law enforcement elder. So, you should leave as far as you can. I dare not accept your business. Am I clear now? Zixin's pupils shrank, and her face turned red. Her whole body was trembling, and her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Chapter 1796. The most hateful thing was that he was the one who had invited the deacon elder over, but in the end, he had turned it into her using the deacon elder to threaten her. Bai Hitu said in a deep voice, Shopkeeper, please listen to me. The truth is, the white-haired innkeeper raised his eyebrows. The facts are clear. There's no need for an accomplice like you to explain. Hurry up and leave. I can't afford to entertain all of you. Bai Hitu was also infuriated. It seemed that the middle-aged man surnamed Wen was quite popular in the black market and had a good reputation. His and Zixin's infamy had probably spread throughout the entire black market. I'm going to settle the score with that bastard. Zixin was furious. She had just walked out of the door when Suyu pulled her back. Turning her head, Zixin's eyes were red as she sobbed, I'm sorry, Big Brother Su. I've caused you to be unable to buy the book. I'm going to settle the score with the Wen now. I won't be accompanying you for now. What kind of result will you get if you go like this? No matter how Zixin struggled, it was as if her wrist was clamped by a pair of iron pincers. Then I'll make him so ashamed that the entire black market knows his true colors. Zixin hated the other party to the bone. Shaking his head, Suyu said, You will be the one who will be ashamed and unable to show your face. The last time you asked for justice, it was already proven. Zixin stiffened. Yes, without any evidence, no one would believe her. Instead, they would think that she was the one who was being unreasonable. At that time, they would be criticized and even punished by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce for disturbing the order of civilization. Who would be the one who would be ashamed? But he's gone too far. Zixin stamped her foot, unable to suppress the frustration in her heart. Suyu let go of her and looked into the distance. It's indeed a little overboard. I didn't want to pay attention to him at first. Their expressions changed slightly. Zixin's face was full of worry. Brother Su, do you plan to seek justice? Are you going to use force? With Suyu's shocking display of helplessness, he might really be able to inflict some damage on the million treasure haul. There is no need for that. Suyu shook his head. This is the territory of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, after all. You won't be able to gain anything by force. Then what does Brother Su plan to do? The one surnamed Wen is a cunning old fox. Ordinary methods are useless against him. Zixin knew very well how difficult it was to deal with this person. Suyu laughed playfully. I will give him a taste of his own medicine. Million Treasure Hall. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen was leisurely sipping tea in the unique courtyard. The young shopkeeper was sitting opposite him with a smile. Second uncle, Those 3 treasures of heaven and earth have already been dealt with. No matter how that girl surnamed Z makes a fuss, it's of no use. The young shopkeeper was his nephew. The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously. You're just a silly little girl. Even if those things are still in my hands, what can you do to me? That's true. With second uncle's methods, playing with that little girl is like playing with a child. I'm sure she's still in the dark about why her god's stone was switched. The young shopkeeper's eyes flickered with a faint yellow light. A faintly discernible illusion inadvertently leaked out. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that it wasn't a problem with the discarded divine stones. Instead, she had fallen for my illusions from the very beginning. Under my illusions, I gave her a bag of discarded divine stones, but what she saw were intact divine stones. That's why no matter how the disciplinary elder examined the discarded divine stones, he couldn't find any traces of tampering on them, the young shopkeeper said proudly. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen's expression changed. He looked around vigilantly and glared at the shopkeeper. Why aren't you putting them away? The young shopkeeper angrily wiped away the illusions that had leaked out. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen's expression relaxed slightly. He looked more serious. So far, we've received many good things in the Dayu Empire. How is it? Have you found a buyer? Hehe, second uncle, are you still worried about me? I've already contacted large shops in several civilizations, and they're all willing to accept this batch of goods. Only then did the middle-aged man with the surname Wen show a hint of relief, as expected of a civilization that hasn't been developed. We've gained a lot by following the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce here. This is the result of operating in the black market in concealment. If the Dayu Empire allows us to do business openly, who knows how many good things we can buy. The young shopkeeper also felt elated. He sneered, we followed the Merchant Alliance here, and the old fellows in the clan looked at us with disdain. I'm afraid they're waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Now, if they know that the Dayu Empire is so rich in resources, it'll be too late for regret. I can't wait to see their wonderful expressions when we return with so many treasures. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the surname Wen's lips curled into a mocking smile. In a few days, we can ship this batch of goods back. So we have to be even more careful during this period. Don't be careless. I know. The uncle and nephew talked and did not notice that a huge eye was quietly hiding in the depths of the starry sky. Boss, shopkeeper, there's a distinguished guest. A fat middle-aged shopkeeper reported with a face full of joy. The young shopkeeper raised his eyebrows. How unruly. How can you be the second shopkeeper? The middle-aged man with the surname Wen waved his hand and reprimanded, Shopkeeper Cheng knows the rules better than me. Since you've come to the back hall to ask for instructions, it must be a big business. Tell me, who's the distinguished guest? The fat middle-aged man could not suppress his joy. It's a young man. He has many treasures of unknown origin that he wants to sell. This is the list he made. Boss and shopkeeper, please take a look. He handed over a jade scroll. The middle-aged man with the surname Wen did not take it. He casually sent a wisp of divine energy into it. The jade scroll immediately projected images. There were more than 30 of them. With a sweeping glance, the calm middle-aged man with the surname Wen suddenly sat up straight, his eyes full of surprise. The young shopkeeper was even more shocked. This is one of the 3 great divine bamboos, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. My God, didn't this thing disappear long ago? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, his voice trembling. It didn't disappear. It's rumored that some Pathmaster's god realms still exist. But what is certain is that it has been lost to the outside world. It's rare to see it. Suddenly standing up, the middle-aged man said hurriedly, lead the way. I'll personally receive this person. In the main hall, Suyu was playing with the ornaments on the table with a calm expression. From afar, the middle-aged man with the surname Wen walked over with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, please forgive me for not coming out to greet our distinguished guest. Suyu returned the greeting without any change in expression. It's all right. The middle-aged man sat down, his face full of smiles. Bring out the best spiritual tea in the hall. The young shopkeeper personally poured the tea. It was fragrant, An extremely high-grade spiritual tea. He carefully sized up Su Yu, his eyes full of surprise. Su Yu was younger than him, but his cultivation level was that of a peak overlord. But for some reason, he felt that Su Yu looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. A strange expression flashed in his eyes. I am the owner of the 1,000 Treasure Hall, Wen Qingyu. How should I address you? The middle-aged man was also sizing up Su Yu in surprise. With such potential, Su Yu should not have no background. My surname is Yu. Su Yu casually made up a surname. I believe the shopkeeper has already told you what I want to sell. What do you think? Wen Qingyu's eyes flashed. May I ask Mr. Yu, there are so many shops in the Dayu Empire, why did you choose the black market? Su Yu leisurely took a sip of tea, calmly saying, I have a special reason to not let this item appear in the open market. Do you understand? Understood. How could he not understand? Naturally, it was an item of unknown origin. It was inconvenient to sell it in the open market. Only the black market would dare to sell it. Then why did you choose my shop? There are many shops in the black market that purchase spiritual herbs like mine. Wen Qingyu probed. This person was unusually cautious, not letting his guard down just because it was a big deal. Su Yu said, I have just arrived here and am not familiar with any of the shops. But I heard that there was a case of a customer extorting a shop. I just found out about the existence of the 1,000 Treasure Hall, so I came to take a look. That made sense. Many customers had rushed over because of this matter. But Wen Qingyu was not at ease. He smiled, I see. Could you let me take a look at that item? Of course. Su Yu casually took out an exquisite jade box about half the length of a person. Sealed within it was a piece of heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Wen Qingyu's eyes burned with excitement. It was the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. He could feel that this was a big deal, bigger than any deal he had made in the past 5 years. If it was done properly, the value of this item could very well exceed his earnings in the past year. A sliver of greed involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Su Yu gently pressed down with his finger and pulled the jade box back into his storage space. So, state your price. Wen Qingyu's eyes darted around as he stared at Su Yu's expression. Although this item is precious, its age is a little low. I'll take it for 1,000 divine stones. The young shopkeeper beside him also held his breath, secretly impressed. Second uncle actually dared to offer a price as low as 1,000 divine stones for such a high-quality heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Even if he offered 10,000 divine stones, there would be people fighting for it. As the two watched closely, Su Yu nodded slightly, causing the uncle and nephew's hearts to pound wildly. But the next moment, Su Yu put away the jade box and said, Okay, I'll remember the price offered by the 1,000 Treasure Hall. I'll go to the other shops to take a look. If the 1,000 Treasure Hall offers a higher price, I'll definitely come back to trade. As he spoke, he stood up and cupped his fists. Sorry for disturbing you, I'll take my leave. Hey, wait. Wen Qingyu was caught off guard and hurriedly called out to Su Yu. Boss, what's the matter? Su Yu stopped in his tracks and asked. Wen Qingyu rolled his eyes. If you think the price is too low, we can negotiate again. Waving his hand, Su Yu said, There's no need. I like to sell things at a fixed price. I'll trade with whoever offers the highest price. Goodbye. With that, he stepped out of the 1,000 Treasure Hall. Wen Qingyu was filled with regret. If he really went to inquire, the price offered by any of the shops would be more than 1,000 divine stones. He hurriedly said, Donglai, quickly follow him and find out what the other shops are offering. As long as it doesn't exceed 10,000 divine stones, we'll add another 1,000 crystals to the insured price of the other shop. The young shopkeeper was even more anxious than Wen Qingyu. He slipped out like a wisp of smoke to follow Su Yu. Su Yu seemed to be looking around blankly, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up. Chapter 1797. When Donglai was perturbed as he followed Su Yu to shop after shop. Every time Su Yu left, he could not wait to bribe the shopkeeper and ask for the price. Fortunately, the shops in the black market were familiar with each other, and most of the shopkeepers were hired. They were easy to bribe, and it was not difficult to ask for the price. Seeing that Su Yu received a higher price with every shop he went to, Wen Donglai became more anxious. Even more anxious, many shops like the Thousand Treasure Hall had sent people to follow him, eyeing this rare treasure. He could not help but complain that his second uncle was too greedy to offer such a low price, causing him to lose his competitive edge. He followed Su Yu closely, and when he left a luxurious shop, when Donglai heard that the price had reached 9,000 divine stones, the next target of the other party was Miaoqing Heaven, which belonged to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Miaoqing Heaven usually only sold goods and rarely purchased goods from the outside world. Everything they purchased was of the highest quality, and the price they offered was recognized as the highest in the industry. If he really went to Miaoqing Heaven, he would definitely be purchased, and the price offered would be more than 10,000 divine stones. In his anxiety, he leaped forward and stopped Su Yu, smiling apologetically. "Mr. Su, please wait." "You are." Su Yu thought carefully before recognizing him. "Mister, you are forgetful. You have just left our Thousand Treasure Hall, and you immediately forgot me," he said. Su Yu creased his brows. "I went to several material shops in a row and got mixed up." What advice do you have for stopping me?" Seeing Su Yu's displeased expression, Wen Donglai hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Su, it's like this. Our boss thought about it and felt that Mr. Su's choice of the Thousand Treasure Hall on your first visit to the black market showed your sincerity. Hence, our boss offered another 10,000 divine stones. What do you think?" The difference was tenfold. Su Yu secretly sneered. He was not an ignorant youth. How could he not know the value of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? When Qingyu had the nerve to offer 1,000 divine stones, he pretended to be thinking, and there was a slight change in his expression. A few figures dressed as shopkeepers appeared, looking anxious like Wen Donglai. "The Heaven Treasure Hall offers 11,000 divine stones. Mr. Su, the Heaven Treasure Hall is the most sincere." "Wait. The owner of the moon-chasing pavilion has just sent a new order. He's willing to befriend young Master Su with 12,000 god stones." What a coincidence. The manager of the dazzling pavilion would like to befriend Lord Su. He is willing to pay 15,000 god stones for this spiritual treasure, 15,000 celestial stones. The other two shops could not help but feel uncertain. There were many branches of the Pavilion of Delicacy, and they had a wide network of connections. Through strong advertising, they would most likely be able to sell the heavenly orchid silver bamboo for 15,000 celestial stones at a higher price. However, the same could not be said for the two shops. If they were not careful, the item would be destroyed in their hands. Wen Donglai was even more dispirited when he heard this. 15,000 divine stones, such a large sum was comparable to the expenses of the Myriad Treasure Hall for an entire year and a half. It was unknown whether it could be sold for a higher price. He had no choice but to contact his second uncle urgently. In the Myriad Treasure Hall, when Qingyu, who was pacing back and forth nervously with his hands clasped behind his back, was frowning, and his usual calmness was nowhere to be seen. Why hasn't there been any news? The more Wen Qingyu thought about it, the more he felt that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo had great potential. Which of the 3 divine bamboos used to refine divine weapons wasn't a divine item that emperors would fight to the death for? If he could find a good buyer, he could even sell it for tens of thousands of divine stones. Beep beep, the jade pendant suddenly rang. Wen Qingyu's heart tightened, and he immediately looked at it. His face darkened. The Pavilion of Delicacy. Wen Qingyu was annoyed. His offer of 10,000 divine stones was nothing in front of the other party's 15,000 divine stones. He gritted his teeth and said decisively, 16,000. "No, it's up to you. I'll buy it within 30,000. When Donglai, who received the message, gasped. 30,000 divine stones was equivalent to more than half of their harvest in the Dayu dynasty. However, with a limit of 30,000 divine stones, Wen Donglai was much more confident. He sneered, "You want to befriend Lord Su with just 15,000 divine stones? The Myriad Treasure Hall will take 20,000 divine stones." The 3 shopkeepers were all shocked. 20,000, such a large sum of god stones was beyond their expectations. The remaining 2 shopkeepers moved their lips, but they couldn't increase the price due to their authority. The shopkeeper of the Pavilion of Delicacy, who had received the instruction of the head shopkeeper, said coldly, 25,000 divine stones. What? Wen Donglai was shocked. The Pavilion of Delicacy dared to ask for such a high price. It seemed that the value of this item was far beyond their initial expectations. The Pavilion of Delicacy had a way of estimating rare treasures, second only to Miao Chengtian. They were sure that there must be a reason for such a high price. 30,000. Wen Donglai threw out an astronomical figure, and his heart trembled. It was the first time in his life that he made such a huge transaction. The Myriad Treasure Hall will definitely take this item. No matter how much the Pavilion of Delicacy offers, the Myriad Treasure Hall will add another 5,000. He added without permission, giving the shopkeeper a huge psychological pressure. The deputy shopkeeper of the Pavilion of Delicacy, who was already hesitant, couldn't help but feel guilty when he heard the last sentence. His face flickered with uncertainty for a moment, and he snorted angrily, I didn't expect the Myriad Treasure Hall to have such a solid foundation despite its low profile. His words made Wen Donglai feel like flying, but he knew in his heart that he was putting on a show. 30,000 divine stones was almost half of the Myriad Treasure Hall's asset. All right, I won't fight for the price, but Mr. Su, the Pavilion of Delicacy still hopes to make friends with Mr. Su. Why don't you drop by later when you are free? The deputy shopkeeper was extremely enthusiastic. The remaining two shopkeepers, seeing that they couldn't compete, gave up and expressed their goodwill to Su Yu. He nodded in response to each of them and watched them leave. Wen Donglai was a little excited. Mr. Su, why don't we go back to the Myriad Treasure Hall now? Su Yu pondered for a moment, looked at Miao Chengtian, who was not far away, and sighed. All right, 30,000 divine stones, there is no need to continue asking. With that, Wen Donglai heaved a sigh of relief, and eagerly led the way to invite Su Yu back. Wen Qingyu went out to greet Su Yu, much more enthusiastic than when he first arrived. The group sat inside, and Su Yu once again took out the jade box. Skipping the formalities, he said directly, I've already wasted a lot of time asking all the big shopkeepers, so I won't say much. Let's trade according to the boss's price. Wen Qingyu also wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible, lest undue delays lead to more trouble. Donglai, head to the treasure house quickly and gather 30,000 divine stones. He carefully took out a giant 2-foot-long key. It contained an astonishing spell power. Su Yu's eyes swept over it, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Judging from the fluctuations of the spell, it could at least defend against the attack of a 1-crown divine warrior. Even if a 2-crown divine warrior wanted to break through the spell, it wouldn't be easy. The Myriad Treasure Hall had been in business for many years, and it understood that the safety of space storage devices was very low, far inferior to the spell. If all the goods were stored in the storage space, wouldn't Wen Qingyu, with his half-step divine warrior cultivation, be easily robbed of everything if he was attacked by a divine warrior? It was better to store it in the spell, and no divine warrior would be able to come and take it without worry. Wen Donglai took the key and looked at Wen Qingyu with a strange look in his eyes. Sensing the look, Wen Qingyu knew what he meant. He was asking if he should use the same trick again, using an illusion technique to give the discarded fake divine stones. Wen Qingyu was a little tempted. He was extremely reluctant to part with 30,000 divine stones. But after calmly thinking about it, he lightly shook his head, indicating not to do so. Firstly, it hadn't been long since the incident with Zi Xin. If something similar happened again, even a fool would suspect the Myriad Treasure Hall. Secondly, this item had already caused an uproar in the black market, and it was really not a good idea to cause trouble. As for the third reason, Su Yu's cultivation level was high at such a young age, and he could even take out such a precious divine bamboo. Wen Qingyu couldn't quite figure out his background, and he was a little wary. Wen Donglai nodded, and only returned after a full hour. He opened the storage ring, and 21 bags filled half of the inner hall. Mr. Su, please have a look. Su Yu opened them one by one and checked them. The first 20 bags each contained 1,000 divine stones. That was 20,000 divine stones in total. But the last bag only contained 100 divine stones. The difference was that each of these 100 divine stones contained an unusually amazing divine energy, more than 100 times more than ordinary divine stones. Haha, these are the few middle-grade divine stones left in the myriad treasure haul. One middle-grade divine stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade divine stones, Wen Qingyu said with a smile. Middle-grade divine stones? That was no problem. Su Yu put away all the bags on the floor in one breath, then pushed the jade box over. Boss, please check again to ensure that there are no problems with the goods. Wen Qingyu had already secretly checked more than 10 times to ensure that there were no soul marks, space powers, or other tricks. In fact, Su Yu had indeed not done anything. In front of a businessman who had been immersed in business for many years, all the tricks he could think of would have been thoroughly studied by others hundreds of years ago. If that is the case, I will not stay any longer. Farewell. Su Yu got up and left. Wen Qingyu also knew the reason why he left in a hurry, and did not ask him to stay after a few words of greeting. Watching Su Yu leave, Wen Qingyu clenched the jade box, his face full of joy. Even though it cost 30,000 divine stones, if it is done well, there may be a high profit margin. Having been in business for many years, he had an unusually keen sense of smell. You watch from the front, I will personally send this item into the treasure vault. Wen Qingyu was extremely serious. This item had cost him more than half of his 5 years of work, and he could not afford to lose even a little bit of it. An hour later, Wen Qingyu walked out of the secret treasure vault and looked around vigilantly, feeling both excited and apprehensive. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to sell this item at a higher price. Second uncle, come quickly. The shopkeeper of Miaoqing Heaven has come to visit. At that moment, the jade pendant on his waist flashed. Wen Qingyu took a look and saw that it was a message from 10 minutes ago, but because of the isolation of the treasure vault, the message had only just arrived. What are the people of Miaoqing Heaven doing here? Wen Qingyu could not help but be surprised. For the myriad treasure haul, Miaoqing Heaven was the leader of this trade, unattainable, and the annual profits they generated could not be compared to 10 myriad treasure hauls. Chapter 1798. However, 10 minutes had passed. The shopkeeper must have left. Beep beep, when Donglai's urgent message came, second uncle, why aren't you here yet? She's still waiting in the outer hall. Huh? Wen Qingyu was surprised. He waited until now? Without further ado, he dared not offend Miao Chengtian. He immediately got up and went out. He saw a beautiful woman in revealing clothes, who still retained her charm, sitting quietly in the room. When Donglai peeked at her from time to time, his eyes full of passion. Wen Qingyu was also slightly startled. He knew 8 of the 9 shopkeepers of Miao Chengtian, but he had never seen this woman before. Which shopkeeper of Miao Chengtian are you? Wen Qingyu asked. The beautiful woman tilted her head and smiled. Her smile was captivating and made Wen Qingyu restless. He was secretly shocked. He suddenly thought of a shopkeeper whose name he had only heard of but never seen. He said in shock, could you be the shopkeeper of Miao Chengtian, the enchantress Huan? Of the 9 shopkeepers, only the shopkeeper he had never seen. However, he heard that this woman had long reached the Emperor realm and was extremely proficient in illusions. Their eyes met and he immediately realized the identity of this person. That was why he was shocked. Why did this mysterious shopkeeper suddenly come to the small hall of 1,000 treasures? One must know that even Manager Ju, who was ranked 9th, didn't want to come here. That's me. The enchantress smiled charmingly. Wen Qingyu was so frightened that he quickly looked away to avoid falling into her trap. Servants, serve some good spiritual tea. No need. I'm in a hurry, so I'll make it short. The enchantress said directly, I heard that there was a handsome man peddling heavenly orchid silver bamboo in the marketplace and was moved by your offer. I wonder if he ended up in your hands. So it was because of this. He did not expect it to alarm Miao Chengtian. Yes, the transaction is complete. Wen Qingyu was a little vigilant. He did not understand the intention of the enchantress. The enchantress's eyes flashed, then how much did Master Wen pay? Wen Qingyu became even more vigilant. He thought for a while and said, 40,000 divine stones. When Donglai almost bit his tongue. She added 10,000 in one go? The enchantress looked at Wen Donglai with a faint smile, then stared at Wen Qingyu. Then Miao Chengtian will add 10,000 divine stones to buy it. How about it? What? Wen Donglai was so excited that his heart was thumping wildly. Even though Wen Qingyu seemed to be sitting still, his whole body was stiff. There was a difference of 20,000 godstones between the buying and selling in an hour. This deal was a huge profit. Just now, he was still worried about whether this item could be sold, but in the end, all right. He almost agreed, but he quickly regained his composure. This item had actually alarmed the phantom demon. The other party clearly knew that the 1,000 treasure haul had only spent 30,000 divine stones, yet they were still willing to buy it for 50,000 divine stones. There must be an even greater profit to be gained. Does that mean owner Wen has agreed? There was a hint of joy in Phantom's eyes. But when Qingyu said, "What I mean is, there are naturally many people who want good things. It's not just the Phantom shopkeeper, it has already been reserved. It would be strange if he did. It had only been an hour. Where could he find such a big buyer? He was just raising the price." The enchantress was slightly displeased, but as a member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, it was even more inappropriate for her to use threats or force to break the rules. "All right then. If owner Wen has made up his mind, you can come to me again." The enchantress did not continue to raise the price and left immediately. She understood that Wen Qingyu was now using the item to raise the price and was fearless. In the end, even 80,000 divine stones might not be enough to satisfy his appetite. It was better to give him the cold shoulder for a period of time. This piece of heavenly orchid silver bamboo was so precious that she did not believe that anyone would buy it in a short period of time. As time passed, Wen Qingyu would become anxious and naturally take the initiative to sell it to her. Then, it would be much easier to bargain. Wen Qingyu smiled as he sent the guest off. When he returned to the inner hall, he could not help but laugh heartily. Wen Donglai was also extremely excited. "Congratulations, second uncle. You've made a huge deal. Just this deal alone is worth 2 years of our hard work." "Ha ha ha, it's not just 2 years. If we operate properly, it'll be more than what we've gained in 5 years. Wen Qingyu was increasingly confident in his foresight. When he thought of the attitude of his clansmen when he went to the Dayu Empire, he became even more spirited. "I can't wait to go back after these 5 years are up. I'll let them broaden their horizons." Wen Donglai's face was also filled with anticipation. The shocked faces of his clansmen involuntarily appeared in his mind. Just as the uncle and nephew were immersed in their lust, the sky gradually darkened. In a certain inn, Su Yu was motionless, like a wooden stake that had lost its vitality and lacked a soul. However, the 9-jade spiritual pearl on his arm was glowing brilliantly. "Grow faster, grow faster, grow faster." Beside the nursery, a graceful young lady dressed in colorful clothing was squatting in front of a small seedling of the blood crystal body. She propped up her snow-white chin with both hands and looked at the seedling without blinking. From time to time, she licked her lips. "When you grow up and bear fruit, I can eat you all, waha." Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Su Yu's soul, who had appeared behind her without warning. She pouted and snorted, then turned her head away and ignored him. "Are you hungry?" Su Yu laughed. "What do you think?" Xiao Dai was full of resentment. "You won't let me eat this, and you won't let me eat that. Do you really want to starve me to death? Humph, you will suffer retribution for mistreating me." As she spoke, her eyes bulged, full of resentment. Su Yu rolled his eyes. "I've only starved you for a day. So what if it's a day? There are 24 hours in a day, and 1 hour is equivalent to the time it takes for 4 joss sticks to burn. 1 joss stick is equivalent to 2 cups of tea, and 1 cup of tea is equivalent to 900 breaths. How many breaths have you starved me for?" Her face was full of resentment, as if she had been starved by Su Yu for thousands of years. Su Yu was speechless after being questioned by her. He rolled his eyes and revealed a thought-provoking look. "I starved you to help you empty your stomach, because I have specially prepared a feast for you." "Really?" It was only now that Su Yu understood what it meant to turn hostile like flipping a book. Xiao Dai, who had looked like a 1,000-year resentful spirit just a moment ago, was now beaming with joy. Where is it? Where is it? Give it to me quickly. Suyu stroked her head. I have stored it somewhere. You need to go there and eat it yourself. Oh, there is also a piece of heavenly orchid silver bamboo there. You are very familiar with this thing, so you should be able to easily sense the location of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, right? Suyu asked. Xiaodai sniffled. Do you even need to ask? I grew up eating the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Let me out quickly, I want to eat my fill. Suyu smiled. His soul returned to his body, and at the same time, he released Xiaodai. She sniffed the air and immediately found the scent of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. She ran out excitedly. Looking at her receding figure, Suyu smiled deeply and stroked the storage ring filled with divine stones. Before long, Suyu got up and left the inn. He went to another shop to buy the 9 volumes of the Star Sector and the Journey to the 10,000 Domains. Then, he returned to the cultivation abode and started reading immediately. The night passed, and the sky was getting brighter. Suyu read with rapt attention, his eyes alternating between understanding and puzzlement. Boom! All of a sudden, the stone door, which was densely covered with defensive formations, was smashed by a monstrous force. A slender, colorful young lady stormed in angrily. You lied to me. Suyu looked up and saw Xiaodai, who looked aggrieved. Frowning, Suyu said, Why? You didn't find it? Or were you stopped by that formation? I found it, but that formation was nothing. I ate it right away. Xiaodai looked indignant. You said there was a delicious feast inside, but apart from the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, the rest were all low-grade goods. They were not delicious at all. So you only ate the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Suyu frowned. This was not what he had expected. Xiaodai said, Of course not. I was so hungry, I would have eaten it even if it was awful. Only then did his expression ease. Oh! How much did you have left after eating? Blinking, Xiaodai pointed at her own nose as if she had suffered a great humiliation. Do you think I would waste food as shameful and hateful as that? Humph, I even licked the dregs clean. Suyu glanced at her plump tummy and grinned evilly. He guessed that the treasury must have been emptied by now. The million treasure hall's many years of accumulation in the Dayu Empire had gone down the drain overnight. Of course, the 30,000 divine stones were saved by Suyu from Xiaojie's poisonous mouth. Oh, no one found out, right? Suyu asked. Xiaodai curled her lips. They found out, and they were very angry. Suyu sized her up. You weren't hurt. Hurt me. Just them. Humph, it's fine if they didn't do anything, but who asked them to be so blind? Seeing that I was so wronged and unhappy, they actually hit me. It's intolerable. Xiaodai clenched her small fists angrily. Suyu touched his nose. It would be intolerable if they didn't attack you after you ate them. Then what? He asked. Xiaojie's face was sullen. Then, in a fit of anger, I even ate the walls of the treasury. Oh, and that house called Million Treasure Hall too. I didn't even leave a grain of sand for them. He only wanted Xiaodai to eat the goods in the treasury. This had absolutely nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Suyu comforted her. Those people didn't know how to appreciate favors. Really, how could they disturb your meal? Next time, don't be merciful. Eat the storage devices on them too. Xiaojie's beautiful eyes blinked. She felt like she had found a kindred spirit, and her mood improved a lot. Haha, do I need you to tell me? Their clothes were all eaten. Suyu was speechless. The Million Treasure Hall. To be exact, it was the ruins of the Million Treasure Hall. Wen Qingyu and Wen Donglai, a pair of uncle and nephew, were huddled together under a sheet. Their bodies were covered in blood, their noses bruised and their faces swollen. They sat on the ground in a daze. Behind him was a large, empty, and clean piece of land. The ground was as clean as a silver mirror, without even a grain of sand. It was hard to imagine that a Million Treasure Hall that had existed for 5 years had been here before last night. Hey, for the sake of borrowing a sheet from your uncle and nephew, say something. What kind of tragedy has happened in the world? Why did everything disappear overnight? An old woman's face was full of gossip. Chapter 1799. Just then, a few people with powerful auras walked over from behind. Everyone saw that they were shopkeepers of major shops, and the one walking at the front was the head shopkeeper of Wonderful Heaven, Huan Mai. Staring at the 1,000 treasure haul that had disappeared overnight, Huan Mai was a little confused. She had heard reports that something strange had happened in the 1,000 treasure haul and was worried that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo had been lost, so she came over to take a look. Who would have thought that such a strange scene would appear in front of her? Looking at the stunned uncle and nephew, Huan Mai's eyes flashed, and 2 rays of light shot into their heads. Immediately, the uncle and nephew were stimulated and screamed in pain, but they also woke up from their daze. What happened? Where did the 1,000 treasure haul go? Is the heavenly orchid silver bamboo missing? Huan Mai asked bluntly. Wen Qingyu wrapped himself in the blanket, his face ashen. My clothes were eaten clean, how can I keep the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Eaten? Who did it? Huan Mai's face darkened. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was very important to her. Looking at the situation, it must have been done by some strange thief who knew about the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. It's a humanoid monster. When Donglai suddenly woke up and screamed in fear. Huan Mai was startled and shouted, "Speak clearly, what humanoid monster?" It's a female monster wearing a multicolored dress. She bit through the formation, broke into the treasury, and ate everything, not even the formation and the treasury walls. When Qingyu recalled, his face full of disbelief. After we found out, we attacked her, but not only did we not subdue her, but we also angered her, and she ate the entire 1,000 treasure haul clean. Us uncle and nephew were no exception. Not only were our storage items eaten by her, but our clothes were also eaten. Everyone was shocked. What was this monster that ate the heavens and the earth? Huan Mai also looked incredulous. She glanced at the ground that was as clean as a mirror, her face extremely gloomy. It seemed that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo had also been eaten, and it could no longer exist. Hihi, it's a tragedy. The treasury was eaten clean, and we didn't even have clothes to wear. Going home is a problem. Look at what you're saying. She's been in business for many years, so she should know some friends, right? It was very easy to borrow some. Besides, even if he didn't have any friends, he could at least be a second in command, right? After all, it used to be the owner of the myriad treasure haul. No matter what, it's worth some money. The ear-piercing voices of discussion rushed into the ears of the uncle and nephew without any scruples. They didn't need to look to know that most of these people were their daily rivals, including the Linglong Pavilion and other shops that they had competed with yesterday. No matter how cunning Wen Qingyu usually was, he had no room to refute at this moment. What else could he say? 5 years of hard work went down the drain in one night. Yesterday, they were so high-spirited that they wanted their clansmen to look at them in a new light. They wanted to see the expressions of those clansmen who didn't think highly of them in the past. Who would have thought that after one night, everything would turn upside down? It was likely that the uncle and nephew duo would be the ones who would have an interesting expression on their faces. Both of you, please restrain your grief. Please be sure to provide the complete information to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Law Enforcement Hall. You might even be able to recover some of it. The enchantress comforted them. The uncle and nephew duo were extremely bitter. They had already been eaten, so how were they supposed to get it back? When Donglai stared at the enchantress and recalled the scene of this woman purchasing the heavenly orchid silver bamboo for 50,000 yesterday, he couldn't help but blame second uncle. If second uncle hadn't been so insatiably greedy, how could he have ended up like this? Wen Qingyu was even more ashamed to raise his head in front of the enchantress. The difference of a single thought was the difference between heaven and hell. Suddenly, Wen Qingyu's gaze pierced through the crowd and he caught a glimpse of 3 figures in the market. One of them was a silver-haired man in a white robe and a crown. He had a deep impression of him. It's him, Wen Qingyu said in surprise. But he was immediately stunned to see that Su Yu was accompanied by 2 people he wasn't unfamiliar with. Zixin, why is she with that Su Yu? Wen Qingyu was stunned, but he quickly realized something. His face turned ashen, and his features twisted in anger, making him look extremely ferocious. His anger spread like an aura, causing the expressions of the onlookers to change. They set me up. After seeing Zixin and Su Yu side by side, Wen Qingyu suddenly realize. The appearance of the rare treasure in the Thousand Treasure Hall was a trap for him from the start. Such a treasure did not appear in Miaoqing Heaven, but in the unknown Thousand Treasure Hall. Thinking about it carefully, there must be something fishy. But at that time, Wen Qingyu's judgment was completely affected by the intense competition, so he did not think about it carefully. Now that he saw Zixin, he finally understood. Set me up. Huan Mai's eyes flashed, following his gaze. The crowd along the way made way for her. Finally, her gaze fixed on the three people passing by. The three of you set me up. Wen Qingyu roared, divine energy surging from his body to cover his body. He turned into a beam of light and attacked. Su Yu and the other two, who were chatting and laughing with each other, suddenly encountered an attack. But they all looked prepared, not the slightest bit surprised. Humph. If you want to attack Mr. Su, you'll have to get past me first. Bai Hitu grabbed a black blazing sun with one hand and smashed it toward the afterimage. Thump, the strong shock shocked the onlookers, causing them to flee in all directions, watching with excitement. Haha, there's going to be a good show. Revealing his figure, Wen Qingyu did not even look at Bai Hitu. He stared straight at Su Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. How dare you set me up? As he spoke, he attacked again. Su Yu was nonchalant. So it's Master Wen. What do you mean by that? He glanced at the empty ruins of the Thousand Treasure Hall and pretended to be surprised. Hey, where's the Thousand Treasure Hall? Could it be that Master Wen is preparing to withdraw from the black market? To withdraw so cleanly in one night, you're quite efficient. His words were like adding oil to the fire, causing Wen Qingyu's entire body to tremble. You with the surname Su, stop putting on an act. You've destroyed my years of hard work, you and I are irreconcilable. With a low roar, Wen Qingyu attacked again. Bai Hitu secretly sneered. He could finally vent his pent-up frustrations for many days. With a low roar, he charged forward. The clash between the two half-step martial emperors caused a great commotion. The shock waves affected the spell near the black market, causing ripples of various sizes. Whoosh! Not long after, three hurried sounds pierced the sky above the black market, like black lightning descending between the two. Thump! Thump! This person was extremely powerful. Each of his hands struck out with a palm, forcing Wen Qingyu and Bai Hitu, who were engaged in a fierce battle, to retreat. The two stared at each other with different expressions. Wen Qingyu immediately restrained his divine aura and cupped his fists respectfully. Greetings, Elder Li. This person had blonde hair and was serious. He was the law enforcement elder of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Law Enforcement Hall who had presided over justice 2 months ago. He frowned as he stared at Wen Qingyu. You should know the rules of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce better than anyone else. Those who attack without permission and affect the order of the market will be severely punished. He took out a crystal scroll and quickly drew a few strokes on it. He coldly announced, the Dayu Empire branch of the Thousand Treasure Hall is disqualified. The surrounding shopkeepers were secretly shocked. The law enforcement hall was strict and did not just say that it would be disqualified. However, looking at the empty ruins of the Thousand Treasure Hall, everyone had a strange expression. This kind of punishment was as good as nothing to the current Wen Qingyu. Wen Qingyu clenched his teeth. I'll accept the punishment from the law enforcement hall, but what about them? Elder Li looked at Bai Hitu. Who attacked first? He knew the answer from the eyes of the onlookers and coldly snorted. Since you attacked first, he was defending himself and will not be punished. Do you not know this kind of rule? Shaking his head, Wen Qingyu clenched his teeth and said, I'm talking about another matter. They set me up and caused me to lose my fortune. I beg the law enforcement hall to seek justice for me. Elder Li glanced at the Thousand Treasure Hall, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. You joined the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and will naturally be protected by the Chamber of Commerce. Tell me the details. Wen Qingyu embellished the story and explained the ins and outs of the matter. Elder Li looked at Zixin and then at Su Yu, who was on good terms with Zixin. His heart was as clear as a mirror. As long as one was not a fool, One could see that Wen Qingyu had indeed fallen into a trap. Although he did not know what was going on with the so-called female monster, he knew that it had something to do with Su Yu. Wen Qingyu placed his last hope on Elder Li and pleaded, "Elder Li, please seek justice for me. I was harmed by scoundrels. It doesn't matter if I suffer losses, but if I implicate the Chamber of Commerce, I will not be able to absolve myself." It seemed like he was speaking for the Chamber of Commerce, but in reality, he was threatening Wen Qingyu. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, he had been viciously framed. If the Chamber of Commerce could not seek justice for him, who would dare join the Chamber of Commerce? Elder Li frowned slightly. He knew what kind of person Wen Qingyu was. Wen Qingyu usually walked on the edge of the rules and had done many illegal things, but he did not have evidence. At this moment, he was pretending to be innocent. But as an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, he still had to do what he had to do. "I already know what happened, but where is your evidence?" Elder Li extended his hand. "The Law Enforcement Hall only looks at evidence. If you have evidence to prove that the human-shaped monster that ate your 1,000 treasure haul is related to this Mr. Su, I will punish you severely." When Qingyu pointed at Zixin, "Do I still need evidence? Elder Li saw this woman blackmail me 2 months ago. This woman must have harbored a grudge and conspired with her friend to frame me." Elder Li was unmoved, calmly looking at him. "Evidence? But it was clearly him, evidence. But, enough." Elder Li coldly shouted, interrupting Wen Qingyu. "Don't say anything without evidence. If you continue to slander a guest, don't blame me for punishing you." The extra punishment would affect the businesses of Wen Qingyu's family in other areas. Even though Wen Qingyu's eyes were wide open and he was so angry that he was about to spit fire, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Zixin took a deep breath, feeling as though all the grievances of the past had been swept away. Back then, she had no evidence, so even though she knew the 1,000 treasure haul had deceived her, she could not seek justice. Now, seeing Wen Qingyu suffer the same grievances, her anger was finally appeased. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave," Su Yu said. Elder Li nodded. "This matter has nothing to do with you, you may leave." Nodding his head slightly, Su Yu turned around and stopped in his tracks. "By the way, I wonder if Elder Li has noticed that the shopkeeper of the 1,000 treasure haul possesses a pupil technique that is related to illusions.